Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from every time zone in this whole great big world of ours where you can get internet at least. This is Toast to Toast AM coming you from Paulogia Studios live in rugged Nova Scotia, Canada. And joining me as always is my friend and co-host, Dave. Welcome to the show.
It's me. I'm here too.
It me.
I was here the whole time.
You heard what you're saying about you, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I
And I
stand
want
by
you
it.
to know I was tempted to yell balls while you were doing your intro just to try and make you laugh and just throw the whole show off right in the first 10 seconds. But I didn't because I'm a
That would
professional.
get us demonetized. Balls. I think that's you can't
We
you
could be
can't say
talking
that on
about
YouTube.
soccer. We could be talking about, basket.
That's right. A lot of sports channels get
A lot of sports
demonetized.
channels. Yeah. Well, from now on, I'm going to yell orbs. You'll know what I mean.
That's right.
Orbs.
Welcome here. The big day for you today.
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were officially a cartoon.
I was officially cartoonized. Camp, I noticed that they didn't, some of your other cartoons seem to have a little more detail, but whatever. It was fine. It was nice. It was a nice touch. I like the orange shirt. Good pick on that one.
It wasn't like it was last minute or anything at all. It wasn't like the whole thing was scripted and recorded, and then hey, let's stick something in here.
Do you want to tell people the story of how it happened while we're here?
We can. We can. It's weird because I never expected you to be on the main channel, not because you're not a delightful person. You are a delightful person, but I generally tend to bring people on who are experts in certain areas.
Yes, I'm not.
And you are like me, more of a interested observer in more of these categories.
There you go. Yep, exactly.
And but we happened upon something that was exactly like, well, I guess if we're ever gonna have Dave on, here it is. Feel free to tell the story from your side if you like.
So I can't remember how we were joking. You were talking about how you were making a Mel Gibson video, and we were joking, as we often do, as if somebody's serious and not. And you were trying to sell me on the veracity of Mel Gibson's scholarship and trying to convince me, like, what do I have to do to get you to believe? Like a sales pitch to get you to believe this man. What if I told you his father and what this and that? And then I said the line that Mel Gibson hates history and is actively trying to kill it.
That's right.
And you thought it was very funny, and you're like, I need you to record that and put it in the video. And I'm like, sure. And then I was like, if you want me to talk about all the horrible historical inaccuracies in Braveheart, I'm happy to go on about that, because that's something I feel deeply about. He really fucked up a lot of stuff in that movie.
Yeah. And I'm actually, I feel like I'm less authoritative on that than you are by a long shot. So I'm like, well, there's a thing Dave's an actual expert in compared to me. So
one of the very small historical niches that I actually do really know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So welcome to the channel. Dave was on as a special guest expert to let us know that Braveheart is not very historically accurate.
Not very historically accurate, nor is literally any other movie Mel Gibson has ever made, especially the one claiming to be historically accurate.
Did you watch the video at all?
I've watched like half of it.
That's right. So at one point in our chat, you couldn't remember the name of a Civil War movie, or either you couldn't remember, you deliberately weren't. You deliberately were not naming it. And so I actually changed my script to take the word patriot out. And just put in his Revolutionary War movie, like not even doing the dignity of naming it.
Yeah. Anyway. Apocalypto or whatever that horrible Civil War movie is.
So
Revolutionary, not Civil War.
Revolutionary War, yeah. So thank you for your contribution to the main channel there, Dave.
Yay! I've been cartoonified.
Yeah, you were on the main channel the previous week because I was speaking about wackadoodle things. I forget what the
Um,
claims were about. Oh no, we were talking. It was about Billy Carson, who has
right.
who
Yes,
is
yes. And
ostensibly on my side
my
against Christianity, but
my face
believes
my face appeared in
yes.
it, though I had no speaking part.
Right. No, that was just me doing a plug for Toast to Toast. So if you discovered Toast to Toast from
Yes.
that Wes Huff video, welcome. This is we don't
Turns out some of the
normally.
yeah,
I'm
this is
sorry,
called
we normally don't ramble at the start of these shows. Normally we go straight into
into the
amazingly
meat of the
entertaining
matter.
things. I
I was
am
about to
so
say,
sorry, everyone, for this one time sidetracking for this special day for Dave.
Paul, it's a sin to tell a lie.
Good thing I
I'd
don't.
just like to say congratulations to everybody for finding Paul's entertaining channel. I think you're going to have a really good time here, and we hope you stay. Mhm.
All right. Well, we are we we do the show when we can, every couple weeks ish.
Ish.
We cover old Art Bell shows from
Yeah.
the mostly from the 90s, some 80s, some early aughts, as they say.
I don't think no 80s,
No
but
80s, it's all 90s and early aughts. Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
Um, but but that's the main feature of the show. The
Yeah.
best part about the show though is everybody hanging out in chat as always. So we appreciate everyone in
Can I
chat.
do the thing? No. I used to be able to do
No,
this.
you can't do the thing because you're not on
I
that thing
used to
anymore.
be able to do it. I swear it worked at one point.
Maybe.
Yeah, until you mm,
I'm a thief
or
of joy, Dave. I'm a thief
or
of joy.
that's what I say. Bullpucky.
We have a supported chat from a member, Poor Claire.
Oh my goodness. Poor guy. I noticed before there's a lot of our oldest and dear Scotty Orange is here, Brain Cramps here, Vishanti's here, Olivia Williams is here, like a lot of the old school, the old gang, the old gangs
The
here.
old
We're all
gang's here.
like a
Gang's
reunion.
all
Yep.
here. We
Mhm.
what is this romper room?
I don't
Calling
know what
people
you're
out.
talking about. Yes,
Poor
sure.
Claire. Poor Claire writes,
Yeah.
"You're supposed to be the only stream on YouTube, but you're streaming at the same time as Julie
Julie.
Joe. I didn't know who to watch. Poor Claire. I don't know why you're lying right now.
Mistaken. Poor Claire is probably,
Hmm.
let's give Poor Claire the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps somebody at YouTube has dropped the ball. There's some technical issue and
Oh,
they've accidentally let, things happen.
sometimes what could also happen is if you have a tab open, it was like an old stream. It
Yeah.
just carries on from where it was. That's probably
Yeah.
what happened.
Like it was paused and then so you're still
Yeah,
playing it
that's
now.
probably.
It's
I'm sure
actually,
that's what.
yeah.
I'm sure the good folks at YouTube wouldn't put some other show on at the same time.
Oh,
They've assured
also,
us that we're clear.
does Julie Joe have scintillating dialogue like this? I doubt it.
Vishanti left a member chat.
Mm-hmm.
Longtime supporter of the channel. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
R.I.P. David Lynch, who is in the White Lodge now.
Mm-hmm.
Very sad.
That was sad. He wasn't that old, didn't feel, but he was, I guess, a lifelong smoker too. That'll get you. But that was sad. We lost a good one in David Lynch. Always sad when you lose a unique point of view, which I think
Indeed.
pretty much sums David Lynch up. Yeah.
And well done for being most people's first introduction to having heard of Dune. So at least people knew what I was talking about. Except then you had to explain that it's not really about the thing that movie's about. But
Yeah.
yep,
It's its own thing.
its own thing.
Its own thing.
Mulholland Drive, though, I really like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twin Peaks is
Peaks.
amazing. Well, the
Iconic.
first season of Twin Peaks is amazing. Yeah. But then the rest is okay, but it's not season one. Mm-hmm.
Another member chat from Matthew Carou. Toast to the toast. Toast to the toast of toast gang. Much love, my friends. I still hope to see a repeat of episodes 1 and 2.
Yeah, well,
I should get on that. Here, cheers,
Oh.
Dave. Cheers to
Yeah,
cheers to your debut, your cartoon debut.
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't give it. I'm just gonna drink this now anyway.
We're doing a little bumbu today.
Mmm.
The tasty rum.
I got 2 bamboos for Christmas.
Ooh,
It was
well,
a good year.
Merry Christmas. Anyways, here's
I'm
a
supposed to
toast to the
share
toast gang.
toast to the toast to you, Matthew, and to everyone in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
As I was saying, we appreciate that. We appreciate the memberships. We appreciate the member chats. Those help keep the lights on
Yes, they
because,
do.
as we know, most of the budget of this show goes towards our drinking.
Well, I'd say roughly all of it.
But we do have other bills to pay, Dave. We can't the booze alone does not a
No,
show make.
that's the trouble. All the show money goes to.
We have to pay
Yeah.
all the internet bits.
Yep, absolutely.
Bella gets her cut.
Yep.
She's a real bitch about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's the power bill.
Yeah. Which becomes the
we
power
have to
law.
we pay quite a bit of money to the good folks over at Art Bell.
Yep, absolutely.
And so, you know, we appreciate the super chats. We love them. We appreciate them. We read them on air when appropriate. And we're more excited when they're inappropriate, frankly.
Yeah.
But Dave, we can't do
Yes.
it on that alone.
No.
We have a sponsorship often.
Yes.
As
when I'm doing my job. When I'm doing my job.
When you're doing your job well.
Yeah,
So, and I know people will roll their eyes. It's like, yeah, it's going to be NordVPN or, you know, Better Health or something. Here we go.
Yeah.
Let me just check.
Thing
But
where
Dave,
you can,
you're usually
you can be a Scottish lord, right?
That's
If you buy
right.
your,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's one of those. But Dave, if one thing, you know, the accounts receivable, that's not maybe your strength, but the variety.
I'm not a detail-oriented person. Yeah.
But the variety of sponsors, I gotta say, you know, stick with us. But Dave, can you let us know who's sponsoring today's show?
Well, Paul, not only can I am tremendously excited to talk about this week's sponsor. Paul, as you alluded to, we have had a lot of amazing sponsors for Toast to Toast over the years. I, for one, am incredibly proud of the truly remarkable job that I have done, raising awareness for the many poor, undervalued corporations wandering the blighted hellscape that is the modern content audience. Not all of you people, of course, you're all great, but everyone else watching content that is not Toast to Toast, garbage. Each one more horrible than the last. Petty, grasping attention hogs who continually ignore these wonderful, hardworking product services, working so hard to meet each and every one of their needs. It's sickening. Again, not you. You're fantastic. The others. Each and every one of you is amazing and special and kind, and you know, between you and me, you're looking pretty good today. Anyways, Paul, as I was saying, I'm great and I'm doing a great job. But I can honestly say that today is a first. You see, Paul, I myself have actually done some work for today's sponsor in the past. That's right. You know, Paul, that I've had many a job in my life. I've worked in a lot of fields, had a lot of careers. And in the interest of full disclosure, I want to make sure that the viewers of this stream know that I have in the past and in the present and likely in the future done some contract work for today's sponsor. It's never been my full-time gig, just some side jobs every now and then, just between you and me and the AI overlords constantly watching us every moment of every day. I've kept it low key because most of it was under the table. They recruited me years ago, you see, Paul, because I had certain personality traits that showed I would have a mindset uniquely suited to providing their services. And I will say the services we provide are top notch. So please allow me to take a moment and tell you all about the many, many advantages of having your very own Nemesis. That's right, Paul, a Nemesis. Why settle for run-of-the-mill rivals, average antagonists, or cheap knockoff competitors when you can vie for supremacy with a bespoke, one-of-a-kind Nemesis? You'll find your life becomes delightfully uncertain and exciting when a nemesis begins actively plotting against you. Or perhaps you already feel that the horror of the unknown, the haunting specter of mortality, and crippling household debt are challenge enough for your life, and you don't want a nemesis. Well, I'm willing to bet you know somebody else that you think absolutely deserves a nemesis. And if you don't want your own personalized lifelong enemy, you can probably recommend somebody else who does. We at Nemesis want to be sure that we provide the absolute top level service to making somebody's life a hell, whether it be yours or someone you hate. Now, a lot of people get the wrong idea about what we do here at Nemesis. They picture killers in spooky masks chasing you through abandoned buildings, or lunatics in hover tanks plotting to blow up the ocean. Don't believe the sensationalized stories in movies and children's cartoons. Very, very few people are awesome enough to acquire a nemesis with a hover tank. No, each nemesis is custom made to the specific level required by the client. Since, for example, we at Nemesis invented homeowners associations, we've honestly done most of our best work through those. So, for example, let's say that a large group of people really hated a programmer at a medium sized telecommunications company. They might pool their money and hire a nemesis for that person. Is that nemesis just going to burn down his condo or send threatening letters? Of course not. That kind of behavior just gets you arrested, and you can't make somebody's life miserable from jail. So what they would probably do in theory is pretend to befriend this person and then slowly but surely sabotage every aspect of their lives and career and relationships, gently but constantly pushing them ever closer to the unforgiving depths of the North Atlantic Sea until one day, when his guard is at its lowest, a gentle push will send him tumbling into the briny embrace of that sea, which swallows all and will not reveal her dead. Of course, that's just one possible scenario, one hypothetical perhaps. The really beautiful thing about a nemesis is that they can provide the exact level of antagonism you need for as long as you are still drawing breath. Their hatred truly knows no bounds. And that's not all, Paul. The good and methodical people at Nemesis have a very special offer for watchers of this channel. Simply use the promo code Toast to Toast, that's TOST, the number 2, TOST, when ordering an implacable foe for yourself or another, and you will receive, at absolutely positively no additional charge, a really, really horrible coworker that's going to make every day in your job more of an ordeal than it has to be. They may not have the personal hatred for you that a true nemesis has, but the way they eat popcorn at their desk with their mouth open is guaranteed to make you believe that they hate you personally. Wow, what a deal! That's almost like getting 2 nemeses for the price of 1. Incredible. So do not walk, run to your local purveyor of lifelong enmity and get yourself a nemesis today. You'll be glad that you did. Nemesis.
Wow.
Mhm.
Nemesis. That's great.
That's a
Amazing.
good get.
That's a good that's a good get. How many now let me ask this just
Mhm.
philosophically, how many nemesis can a person have more than one nemesis, or is it
No.
it's one to one?
Yeah, it's really one to one. I mean, it's possible that there's like a sort of team situation or like twins or something like that, and then you could, in theory, have nemesis. But really, the whole point of a nemesis is it's your personal, tailored just to you, bespoke, nemesis.
And I'm sorry for all these technical questions here, but
Mm.
because I love the product, I think it's great, wonderful. I do you just philosophically though,
Yeah.
um, do you feel like you have to be each other's nemesis, or is it possible that like the nemesis it can be more of a nemesis chain? It's like, oh, like Phil at the office is my nemesis, but Phil
I
in the
mean,
office has a different nemesis than me.
I feel like if a nemesis is really doing their job well, you won't even know they're the nemesis at all.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah. You might
Okay.
think they're your co-host. Who knows? It's hard to say.
Oh, my nemesis is my co-host for sure. Like I don't know if that's
No, 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 not yours. That's
right.
that's that's
Hmm.
that's somebody else. I suspect that Vishanti is Dapper Dinosaur's nemesis. I think
Mm.
that's probably true. But, you know, you're great. You're doing great, and everything here is great, and we're gonna be fine.
This is our best prepared show ever. All
The
right,
best show ever.
brain cramp. super chat. Thank you so much, Braincraft, for the $5 super chat. Sponsors are
Yeah,
the best here. I still wear pants on a nearly daily basis.
that's what we like to hear, Brain Cramp.
Yeah, but at the same time, a day without pants, that's a good day.
I mean, it depends.
I suppose there are scenarios where that may not be true.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
David K, super chat,
Yeah.
$25, David. These are
Just
real American dollars.
yeah.
I think they have they're having some kind of I don't know, they got some kind of party going on there next week, something.
Something's
Thank you
happening.
for it's just a thank you for your donation. So I don't know if that's I think the little software filled that in. I don't think that David K wrote that to us.
Nope, David K did not. We've had this exact scenario happen
All right,
because
fair enough.
David K just drops money and never says anything.
Thank you,
Has
David
no
K. Appreciate
yeah,
you.
but always says thank you for your donation. Yeah.
And 666,
Yes.
the Mark of the Beast super chat from My Unfinished Journey writes, Hail Nero, hail Paul and Dave, and hail the great Nemesis.
That's Nemesis.
Nemesis.
Hail great
So
Nemesis.
hold
Yes.
on.
Yeah.
But if what you're saying was true, we shouldn't need a plural for Nemesis. Oh, no, because you could have multiple Nemesis, not of one person, but like in the room. It'd be
You
like
know,
the
like when we get
villains
together for a
club.
meeting or whatever, right?
Yeah, like the villains pub in that one, the
Yeah, yeah.
internet cartoon.
Right? That's a collection of Nemesis.
Sure,
Yes.
you got Nemesis. Gotcha.
Yeah. Like you and I are I'm trying to think of who we could be Nemesis for.
Well, theoretically, we are Nemesis to someone. I think most people
Mhm.
are our Nemesis to someone.
Yeah. But I got nothing.
I think you can think of people who don't like me and that I don't like. You can probably think of some of those.
But that you yeah,
Oh, but that
like,
doesn't
and I
make
can
them a
even
nemesis.
think
No,
that
because a
doesn't make me
nemesis needs to be actively, on a daily basis trying to thwart you.
you know, Ken Ham, maybe is that your nemesis?
Mm, maybe.
It'd be nice if you were his, but sadly I
Maybe.
feel that
That's right. That's what I'm saying. It's not always
that is the
reciprocal.
US justice system.
I feel like it's not reciprocal always. But
Mhm.
unrequited nemesis. Is that is it?
Unrequited hate. Yeah.
Okay, Dave. Well,
Yeah.
we
Got another super chat from my unfinished sock.
my unfinished stock. This is I shouldn't really read this because it's counter to our sponsor. But it says,
But
don't be a nemesis. Like and share the stream."
yeah, don't be a nemesis, just hire one.
Mm.
We don't want you to do this at home. Leave it to the
Now hold
professionals.
on.
Yeah.
How do the Nemesis folks at Nemesis know? Is there a registering system?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yes, it's all very organized. Yeah.
All right.
There
Very good. Very good. Very good. So if
there
I
is a
haven't registered with the good folks at Nemesis, then I'm just I'm doing something less than.
yeah, there's a
I'm just
not-for-profit
being a
third-party organization
gotcha.
that tracks that.
I'm just being some kind of inconvenient rogue gallery member.
Mhm. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Dave, we ostensibly on this show cover we cover the
We
old
missed
Art Bell show.
uh-oh, I'm being told Mark says we missed a couple of membership chats, including
So what? You know what? That's possible because my good
because my long sponsorship managers went on way too long.
well, also it doesn't. So I have a little side thing that lets me know when there are paid chats, but for some reason it doesn't capture all the member chats over there. So hold on. So
Oh, there it is. I see Mark's. Yeah.
oh, I was too late on some of these here. We got
Want me
Twin
to read it?
Peaks.
So we
Is that
got
the
yeah,
Twin
Mark.
Peaks one?
Yep.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Twin Peaks season 3 is literally the best thing ever.
Yay. Thank you, Mark, for the
Really good in
cough.
season 2. I'll say
Long
that
friend of
much.
the channel.
Yes. And then AZ Cat.
Yes.
Remember for 29 months. Toast to you both. Happy Friday.
Thank you, AZ.
Happy Friday, AZ. AZ.
And AZ, unfortunately, there was a hiccup, and that hiccup is just my own incompetence
Yeah.
in AZ's mug. So Tumblr. Anyway, AZ's Tumblr is on its way, but I think Oh, I think it's coming in like 2 days, so it's slightly too late for today's show.
for today. You can't.
Yeah.
Still,
But AZ, if you are willing,
Mhm.
we enjoy photos of people who join the Tumblr club. If you want to send that along,
Yep.
we don't. Yeah, because the Tumblr club is we enjoy all those people, but we're not doing trivia today
We're not doing trivia.
because
We're also there's another super chat. Paul,
oh
people keep
Dave,
super chatting.
we have
You know
so
you're
many we have so many friends in the chat who are wanting to
This is why I
chat.
keep telling you, you got to stop wearing makeup. You're too flashy and beautiful, and you're bringing all the toast to toast fans to your yard.
It's my haircut. Did you see my
Yeah.
haircut?
Over there is your haircut. Oh,
Yeah.
where is my hairbrush? Anyways, yes, it's good. It's a very nice haircut. Looks good. Did you see my beard trim and you're like,
I did, and I
Yeah.
chose to illustrate your cartoon with the
Yeah.
former beard because I like the
Oh, I
former beard.
noticed. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Well, this one's nice too, but the other one was more distinct. I felt like the other one is more
It was definitely a more distinct look.
Dave. It's more
It was
like yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. We have a Quasi-Mayo, longtime
Yes.
friend of the channel as well. A collection of Nemesis is also called a congregation. Is also known as a congregation.
Hmm.
Okay.
There you go.
That's like murder of crows, but not as cool.
Or is this a subtle jab that congregations are full of people who hate each other? And
I think that was what that was. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah,
It's funny because
Kip did not get a haircut. He had some kind of
no,
top knot thing going on. He's
yeah.
auditioning for the new the season 2 of Shogun.
I'm not gonna say it looks like somebody left a pineapple out in the sun too long, but I don't know what was going on during that stream today, Kip. It looked good on you though. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Kip looks great.
Kip's learning what being my friend's like.
So Jay Victor has a question for you, Dave. Is personal
Okay.
vendetta included with every Nemesis?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. That is just part of the package. Yep. You do not have to pay any extra. Yeah.
Virtually synonymous, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
but yeah, we're not Nemesis. Good folks, they're not nickel and diming you on things that you assume would be included.
No. That's exactly it. This
Yeah.
isn't some, it's a quality experience. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very good. All right.
Personal betrayal, that's going to be in there. And that's just part of the package. It's right there, right? Like. Mm-hmm.
All right, Dave. Well, today we have we are doing a little bit of a different show today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yes.
more super chats.
More
Normally, Art Bell. What were you saying?
I was just laughing about how we're talking like we're getting right to it today. We're not going to have our normal rambling, and now here we are, a half hour in.
Yeah,
But people keep super chatting. It's not our fault. We're trying.
We enjoy.
We do. I kid.
Also,
Mark. No, I'm debuting a brand new fun game today. It's a surprise. Paul doesn't know what it is.
Oh, actually, yes, I don't know what that is yet. Yes. All right. Poor Claire, $2 super chat. Paul is my nemesis because he won't get Shannon coffee table. I'm assuming that's what that means.
Yeah, I would think that's
as opposed to a C table, which I don't know what that would be.
Probably something in Excel.
Probably it's like a pivot table, only less. Yeah. It's like
yeah.
I was trying to figure out something from the C programming language, which I don't know if I know anyone. Everyone does like C# or C++. Blah, blah, blah. I there for the pure C days.
Yeah, because you're old and you know old things.
I know, right? When they were talking about David Lynch,
I know Pascal. I don't brag about it.
I didn't want to. I didn't want to mention this in the David Lynch memorial portion of the show, but the David Lynch is in that part of life where I am now, where like people would be sad that I'm dead, but it wouldn't be like he was too young to go. Like I'm now past the threshold where it's like, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. And to your credit, Paul, but it's
Mhm.
like you've had very aggressive cancer
I did.
before, right? So
Mhm.
there's things where people might be like, well,
Yeah.
hey, he beat it once,
Yep.
had some
That's
really
right.
good years, but had a second kick at the can,
Exactly, right? Yeah, no,
more than a
that's
lot of people get.
yeah.
So,
Yep.
anyways, when I finally push you
Anyways,
in the opening, something
on
happened.
that happy note, but yeah, it's more just one of those things that you're like, yeah. I feel like
Yeah.
David Lynch was in that category with me, where it was like no one wanted
Well,
him to go, but it
no,
was
no.
no. Chris Leahy,
Yeah.
$5 super chat. My spouse wants to know if the sponsors among
That's not what he said.
abstract
My spouse
concepts
wants
isn't what? Who?
to know sponsors. My spouse wants to know if finding sponsors among abstract concepts is inspired by Sesame Street being sponsored by letters of the alphabet. Oh, do you know? I honestly don't think so. I don't know what the genesis of this bit was. I literally was just like to Paul one time. I'm like, hey, just because I like jokes and bits, I'm always trying to cram more shit into anything we're trying to do. And I went to Paul one day and I'm like, hey, are you all right if I just start making up random things to sponsor our show? Because we have no real actual sponsors, but they won't be like actual products. They'll all be, like just concepts or generic things. And you were like, sure, I guess. And you didn't really get what I was going at, I don't think. And then I did.
No, no, I think the opposite. I think I knew exactly what you meant
Oh, fair
because I
enough.
know
Yeah.
just because I know you,
Mm-hmm.
and we have similar senses of humor sometimes.
Yeah.
That no, I think yeah. Anyway, but no, not sponsored by that. I don't think.
Not
But
so that didn't consciously wasn't the inspiration, but who knows? It might have.
who knows
Yeah.
subconsciously? But also now I feel like you should try and get some of those letters rarely sponsor Sesame Street, so they probably have some extra cash.
Yeah.
Like Q, when's the last time they sponsored Sesame Street?
I mean, I don't watch Sesame Street, so I
You don't
couldn't.
have a spreadsheet showing
Yeah,
where
I couldn't possibly
you got
weigh
you
in
got a
on.
fan pool going. Who's gonna sponsor today?
I don't want to look.
I
I
wonder
don't
if there's a
want to get into
website
other
tracking
people.
we're tracking on a daily basis which ones are
Uh,
sponsoring who.
is that what bots do? Let's make a
That's what
bot.
bots do. That's right.
Yeah.
Timothy Harmon, thank you so much for the
Yeah.
super chat. Writes, in honor of your impending engulfment into America, I'm
Yes.
drinking a Canada archaic whiskey tonight. 40 Creek.
Ooh, I do like 40 Creek. I'm a
I
big fan
don't
of
know
the
what that.
copper pot. It's rye whiskey.
Oh, okay.
It's good. It's a good mixing whiskey. Big fan. 40 Creek and Coke. That's a good time.
But wait, American Pie, the song told me that whiskey and rye are different things.
Well, okay. I don't want
So,
to get into it with the estate of Don McLean. So
yeah, well, I'm just saying.
I'll just say I agree to disagree.
agree to disagree. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
Oh, there's more super chats.
okay. Well, good.
So
Well,
apparently you and I
good.
are gonna have to do. This is like
We,
when Art just like opens up the open call. Like I got no
that's right.
guests.
We do. We have
Whatever.
this is
Yeah.
better. This is much
Hey,
better show than anything we had planned. So
yeah.
that's
Hey, what do
great.
y'all think about leprechauns east of the Rockies? And then we just go off from there. Yeah.
Well, actually, this show probably needs it, and it'll make sense when we get there.
Yeah.
To be fair, plenty of
Yeah.
concrete nouns have sponsored the show in the past.
Yes. Pants, for
As long
example.
as Evil doesn't ever sponsor the show,
Um,
or did they
didn't
once?
Evil sponsor the show
Maybe they did.
once? I don't know. I always say I need to actually go back and make like a list
Mm.
because I'm going to repeat a sponsor sometime. I
Yeah,
might already
and maybe some accounts receivable. That would be great.
Whoa! That's not. That sounds
Whoa.
like that's work for the accounting department. I'm in market.
Okay, so tonight, Dave.
Yeah.
Normally, the Art Bell guests that we have chosen to cover are of note for their maybe non-mainstream ideas. Is fair.
Yeah. Fair. Okay. Yeah.
And we've deliberately picked some of the more hyperbolic ones and some of the ones that might have the most interesting things to say. Um, but Art also that wasn't the only kind of guests he had on. He had regular scientists on,
Yep.
who
He was a very good
who
interviewer. Yeah.
who espoused mainstream ideas about many things.
Yep. Yep.
He interviewed politicians on occasion,
Yep.
opinion makers, that kind of thing, and occasionally he would also interview celebrities.
Yes.
Not often, at least not often on this platform. But Dave and I, we again just on the sometimes we're on the same wavelength. I kind of threw out there, well, hey, what if we change it up and like pick one of these celebrities that he's talked to? And Dave's like, yeah, let's just give it a try. It
Yeah.
might be terrible, it might be great. So we picked one. We picked the time that Art Bell interviewed George Carlin,
One of my absolute favorite comedians. One that I think
comedian,
pretty safe to say one of the greatest comedians of all time. Yep.
and also beyond that, also well known for a lot of people who would be um, fans of my main channel or nemesis of my main channel, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
He was also outspoken on his anti-God views, which is it'll be interesting to listen to this back again because
I would
I
say he was famously often counter to the mainstream opinions on many things.
that's true.
Religion, politics. He was a counterculture guy, or somebody
Though I
who strove to point out the flaws in Western society that, as I think a lot of very great comedians do, like to use
hmm,
what's the line for me? Use lies to tell truth. Use jokes to tell, you know, truths, hard truths. Yeah.
um though where some comedians will go in for the laugh and they will take a position they don't actually care if the position holds specifically to their own necessarily all the time because
Mm-hmm.
what's more important is the laugh. I do feel like for George Carlin that on the religion stuff in particular, he was giving us his actual views.
Oh
But we'll
yeah.
see tonight. We'll see tonight
Mm-hmm.
what he says. Maybe he'll let us know differently. We do have another super chat, Dave,
We
from
sure do.
Chris LaHaye. A C table is shaped like a C when you look from the side. The bottom of the C is on the ground, and the top is at a surface level above the couch seat. Okay.
Oh, I know the kind of table he's talking about. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. So there is a
I
C
think, and
table.
that by C table, I think he's alluding that a coffee table, when you look at it a certain way, can look like the letter C.
I think he's talking about a specific table that is literally shaped like a C, right? So it's like they have the flat part on the ground and it curves around one side and then has a top, but there's
Well,
only one side.
Chris, you're
There's
gonna
not the
break
other.
this tie here because I think he's saying
Yeah. So C table could be a coffee table, but it doesn't have to be a coffee
I
table.
think he's just saying that virtually any four-legged table, if you look at it the right way, if you're angled the right way, it would look like a C. But Chris, let us know in the chat what
Yeah.
you meant.
I think you're thrusting your booths on Chris here.
That's what I like to do. That's pretty much what I like to do. Whatever I think's got to be right. Everyone else is wrong.
Everyone else is wrong. That's why you have so many nemesises.
And
Dave
even
is
if I,
right.
all
Right
right,
there.
let me put that on screen just so that we have it on for posterity.
Who's winning 1-0 and thinks pointing with thumbs is for losers?
All right. So we're gonna listen tonight to. We'll see how
George
this
Carlin.
goes. We're gonna listen
See how it
to
goes.
Art
Yes.
Bell interviewing George Carlin. I know I haven't listened to it. I know that there are callers at the end at some point, so that's actually interesting to think about
Mm-hmm.
how George might might talk to the unwashed masses who may have a problem with some of what he's.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can anyone in chat hear me?
Are we back? Can you hear me, Dave?
Well, that's good. They can hear me. Dave's still here, man.
Can you hear me?
Oh, no sound.
No sound from me?
I can't hear Paul.
But I think they can hear me.
I don't know if anyone in chat can hear Paul, or if Paul can hear me.
I can hear you. I hear you.
Paul can hear me.
And I think that they
Two words.
Oh,
and they hear. So chat can hear Paul. Everybody in chat can hear both of us.
But you can't hear me,
Paul,
and I can hear you.
Which is problematic in a show that is largely based on Paul's and mine interactions.
So let me see what I can do.
Still can't hear you. Should I try leaving and coming back?
Yes. Well, yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that was weird. We got some kind of power glitch. Get some kind of power glitch here. Because I don't know if you guys noticed, my lights actually went on and off. So we'll see how that what kind of happened in. Oh, Dave, you're coming in. Can you hear me though, Dave? Give me a thumbs up. I know you were on this. You're on the side thing. You're not on. Studio. Sorry, everybody. This is a weird, a new glitch we have not experienced on our show. It's always fun to have new glitches. That was a power related glitch. Now you're gonna get a glimpse into. Oh, maybe not. Oh.
Well, yep.
So, do you hear me?
Now?
Do you hear me?
No, I still can't hear you.
Oh shoot, that didn't help anything at all. Well, let me try cycling the bits here. Because we both hear you. All right, I hear you, and you don't hear me.
No, my spirit animal is a polar bear.
Damn it.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about this.
That's okay. I'll keep trying to figure it out. I think I can this might disconnect this. We'll see what happens.
That's weird. Okay. Oh.
How about now?
Yeah, there we go.
All right. We recycled all the bits. I'm sorry, everybody, for the live trouble streaming. I don't know what happened there. We had I don't know if you saw, Dave, my lights went out.
No, like your screen just went black.
Oh, no, so here,
yeah,
literally the power in my room went like a brownout.
Yeah. Was it your whole house or just
well, clearly, like some of it stayed up, but I have a UPS. Like I have a UPS on some of this equipment. So the main computer stayed up during the whizzing out a brownout or something. That's it. Yeah. That's fun.
Yay! Now here we are. I was just about willing to suspect that this was an elaborate play on your part to prevent the debut of my fun new game.
Oh, we haven't even had the 1 second of George yet. Are we doing the new game first?
Should we bust out the beginning? Because it is multiple questions, so we can space it through the night.
Okay,
Would you like
well,
to
sure. It's up to you. I
hear
don't know
what
what the game is, so you tell me.
I have 2 sheets of paper in my hand, Paul.
Okay.
On this sheet are a series of comments underneath your very first video, Ken Ham made me an atheist.
Okay.
This sheet has 1-star Amazon reviews of the 2005 superhero horror film Constantine, starring Keanu Reeves.
Okay.
I'm going to read a comment, and you have to tell me: is this a comment from your YouTube video, Ken Ham made me an atheist, or a 1-star review of Constantine starring Keanu Reeves?
Okay. All right. All right. I get the premise. It's a hyper. And people, I guess people can play along in the chat.
People can play along. They can guess. You can delay if you feel. Let people get their guesses in. So some are easier than others. So I'll tell you, Paul. You can tell me on your scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the easiest, 10 being the hardest. How hard do you want to come in on the first one?
Let's. I mean, 5 or 6. Let's.
Right,
Yeah, something
right
in the middle.
of the ground. Right. Okay. I'm gonna mix these up so you can't tell which sheet I'm reading off of here. Okay. You were only a false teacher from the beginning, just like Judas.
I feel like that's got to be my video.
You are correct. That is a comment from the video. Ken
Woo.
Ham made me an atheist.
All right. Very good. Cheers. I got one right.
So far, you're 1-0.
All right. How many of these do you have?
I have 8 in total.
Okay, so yeah, let's not burn another one yet.
Okay.
Okay. I was just checking to see if we missed any super chats or anything. Looks like we don't. All right. So
all right.
We are now 45 minutes in. Very good.
Off like a herd of turtles.
Here we go. George Carlin, Art Bell.
Well, normally I read some sort of bio on my guest, but if you don't know who George Carlin is, then what can I tell you? Everybody knows who George Carlin is. And he just finished a show at Ballet, so here he is, George Carlin. Hi, George.
Hello, Art. How are you?
Quite well, thank you.
I do cut it kind of closely on your show.
Oh, man, I'll tell you. I called Ballets, and they are very protective of you, George. I got a lady who said, well, I can't do that. Let me get my supervisor. And
really?
So, yeah, they should get a supervisor. And then, well, we don't know if we can do that. We'll have to screen that call.
Oh, yeah.
Then I finally got through.
Well, they screen out folks, except for folks like you, Art. Folks like you can always get through. By the way, that reversing the aging, 10 years, 10 weeks.
Yeah.
How about if I'm 62, which is 17 Celsius. How about if I take that stuff for 63 weeks? Will I be a fetus?
You might be. I've often thought that that it's all backwards.
That's actually a pretty good joke. I like giving your age in Celsius. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty good. I assume they're talking about a sponsor on the show. Some kind of
yeah. I assume there was earlier in the just before his segment probably got.
Yeah.
We do have another super chat, Dave.
Oh yes,
J. Victor. Paul, did you just get visited by a time-traveling older gentleman in a phone booth? I did not in a phone booth. Nor in a spirit that changed my outlook on life in any way.
Yet.
That's right, yet. Yeah. Yeah, something about uranium, I don't know. I don't know what he wanted.
That we should not get older and more decrepit, going slowly away, but it should be reversed.
Would it be great if you just wound up, well, actually, you kind of do go downhill again anyway, some of us,
Well, you do, but it's not as though you're being enlightened more. You might stare at a flower, but you don't get the same thing out of it a child would.
And concerning the 5 to 10 pounds of toxic matter in my intestinal tract,
we all have that.
I have over 60 pounds in my tract. And I have some more in my pockets.
Are you a meat eater?
No, sir. I will eat some breast of chicken meat, turkey kind of things, and occasional fish.
Because they tell me that beef eaters have like 5 or...
That sounds like meat.
That sounds like somebody who's never seen a turkey or a fish. Because let me tell you, they're barely alive.
Basically, I don't eat cow. Is what?
What's
Yeah,
the pescatarian? The one that's like, I
yeah,
don't eat meat, but somehow fish is
pescatarian,
okay.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
10 pounds or 20 pounds of beef, undigested beef.
Yeah.
It's an ugly thought.
And their bodies smell like it. I don't mean to be disgusting. I just mean that they have a kind of a body odor that's really, I think, more noticeable.
Beefy.
Yes.
What?
In the prairies of Canada, yeah, we used to say the same thing about vegetarians. They gotta get a funny smell.
Yeah.
They don't smell like beef.
Smell cabbagey.
Well, everyone in Prairie Canada smells a little cabbagey.
A little cabbagey for reasons.
Why do you do what you do?
Well, some of it is genetic, and I have instincts and skills, or some people call them gifts when they talk about their own talents. I think of them as skills. My mother and father were both very funny people conversationally. My dad was an after-dinner speaker. I didn't know him. He was asked to leave early. He apparently couldn't metabolize ethanol very well.
So
he was shown the door early.
I see.
But they were both very funny. My mother, who I did have in my life as a youngster, my mother could come home from work riding the bus in New York City, and she could tell you a story that something happened on the bus, and she could do 3 or 4 voices of the people, and she'd improve everything they said, and she'd always have a punchline, a great punchline. So there's a genetic strain, and particularly I think the Irish have a gift of that, and so I have pretty much I couldn't help it. I found that it got me a lot of attention and approval as a youngster. I lived kind of a lonesome life, which I enjoyed, but
what about school? I mean, were you like that in school? Because that gets you in a lot of trouble.
Oh, sure. I was a class clown.
Yeah.
As they say. And in fact, I had an album by that title at one time that did very well for me. And my attitude in school was that as long as I wasn't going to get an education, why should these other children get one?
I don't know if that was my attitude, but I did that too. I constantly asked irrelevant questions.
Oh, yes. Or in my case, a Catholic school, pointed questions.
Pointed questions.
If God is so powerful, can he make a rock that he himself can't lift? They used to love me.
Yeah, that's a terrible question. There's another one you asked, something about if God were to take acid, would he see people?
Wow, that's nice. I love switches like that. Simple humor switches. I never thought of that one.
No?
No, that wasn't mine.
I wonder if he would, though.
He'd probably see only the finest people.
You talk a lot about God.
Thoughts? I don't know when we're going to interrupt on this one.
Yeah, they go in. I thought it's I was waiting to see if you were going to weigh in on the nature versus nurture contingent.
So actually, yeah, I'm curious. I did notice when it was very subtle there. I call them skills. Other people call them gifts. Was his? Yeah. I think one of his. I've never thought about that as a non-theist, but like, yeah, it's not a gift infers a giver, right?
Right.
I think I can express something as a gift. With
I was thinking of can you have a genetic predisposition to be funny, or
I think you can. I think you can.
But that is the thing. So is that a genetic trait you inherited from your mother, who also was that, or did you pick it up because your mother always told jokes? And this is the environment you were raised in.
Well, I think both can be true. I think so. Different types of humor require, I would say, different skill sets. And I think, for example, slapstick comedy, there's a certain amount of physicality to it. I think that there's also, the kind of observational comedy that some people do. I think your intelligence and your ability to observe some of those kind of things. Some of that, I think there can be enhancement from genetics, but you're not wrong. Like some families, if you're not making jokes, like obviously you can be in certain surroundings where humor is encouraged and or humor is discouraged. and that would affect, would affect people. So as with always, I think nature and nurture is like, it's all, the answer is always both in my opinion. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think you can get gills from being around people with gills. I think that's probably pure.
That is, you
Yeah.
know what? Fair enough.
Except
Fair
from
enough.
gills, though, yeah, probably the rest of it is.
Well, but also like, yeah, like
Yeah.
my family really, was a really encouraging. They really liked us to be tall, so I got really tall. Like, I guess you're right. There's probably there's a few things.
Yeah, but yes, when it comes to personality traits and characteristics, I would, but I do think to comedy specifically, I think there is an intelligence. I don't want to sound smug. There is a certain to see the world a certain way, or be able to see the humor in things, or correctly convey that humor to others. I think you have to have a certain degree of intelligence, and not everybody has that.
Yeah. So like, if you were if you were to do a survey of people who make their living writing comedy
Yeah,
and or solo performing, yeah, I think it would be marginally ahead of the average IQ. I'm guessing from from the population. That's
but
probably
then from
that's
that being
probably
said,
correct.
and I think this is true for any, like, can everybody be an Olympic long jumper? Well, no,
Right.
right? Like, if
Mhm.
you're 5'1", that probably ain't gonna happen. That's just the way you didn't win that genetic lottery. But not everybody who is 6'5" is going to. You then
Right.
also you can have the preconditions, but then you would then have to have the environment, as you say,
Yep.
to channel you that way.
Although
Except, of
humor
course,
is also one of those things where humor is one of those things people sometimes develop as a counter to other
defense mechanism,
circumstances.
absolutely, yes,
Uh, s-
absolutely.
Versus, like very few people, become really good basketball players as a counter to some weird thing that's happening in their life.
But I mean, like, I sincerely believe that the people who are like the best of the best, Olympic gold medals, Wayne Gretzky, Michael Jordan, a Tom Brady, to have that kind of drive to absolutely excel at any field, you are not an emotionally well-adjusted person.
Oh, probably not. Yeah.
Like, you just can't be to sink, so, like, to have that, like, I have to literally be better than everybody. I cannot just relax. You know, it's the same as, like, anybody the people who go from poverty to personal fortunes in the tens of billions. It's like,
Mm,
that's not a happy person. That's
right.
not somebody who's okay. Like most of you and I, it's like, if I got $10 million, do you think I'd be working 60-hour weeks? Fuck no. No.
Mm.
No. I'd be doing something, but it's like, yeah, that I'd have a nice oceanside, cottage somewhere, be learning how to make excellent homemade raviolis. That's good. That's what I want. I'm very happy and content here, playing some board games with my friends.
I mean, I'm not an
Yeah.
ad for mental wellness, but I would be.
Yeah, well, I don't wanna didn't wanna
Mm,
call you out in front of all
yeah.
these people, but I
So
also feel like you would probably agree with my statement.
that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody who changes the world is yeah.
Is yeah. You think it was an exercise nut that invented power steering? Get out of here.
Mm.
You really believe in God?
No, I don't. I
No?
talk about him as an object in our culture.
You don't think there's a God?
I can't believe that there's a man in the sky keeping score who watches everything we do and has a little scorecard. It just seems there might be a kind of an organizing intelligence. Somehow the universe seems to have an order to it. But I don't know that it's a judgmental or one that really gives a crap.
Not supposed to, the fear God thing. I don't buy into that.
Oh my! Well, I mean, I think it's very limiting. I think the belief in God is a form of mental illness. It's a very limiting form.
Uh-oh, hope Shannon's not listening.
Yeah, I mean, that is the kind of, that's just like, okay, that's a purposefully inflammatory remark too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of Shannon's best videos on her channel is religion is not a mental illness. And I as someone who was religious, I can assure you my mental health, as we just covered, my mental health didn't get better because I stopped believing.
Yeah. I think it's pretty safe to say that most human beings in most of human history have not suffered from mental illness, which would be because, I mean, if you look at from human history, the percentage of people who have believed in God versus not,
Right? Yeah. No, it's
pretty
near
heavily
unanimous.
skewed one way.
Over the scale of that, it's near unanimous. So then you'd have to actually.
Exactly, yeah.
So then, at what point is something? You couldn't say it's a mental illness if 99% of the people have it. You'd have to say, well, that's how brains work, and the people who don't have the mental illness, right?
Yeah, exactly. I guess how do you define a mental illness? That's the
Yeah.
And to be fair, I actually don't think George Carlin believed that either. I think it's just
George Carlin passed away before mental health was taken seriously in terms of discussions generally and / carefully.
Right.
So in the way, like in the way that conversations, this was in 99, this interview, November 99. Going to therapy wasn't a normal thing. Caring about your mental illness, medicating for mental illness wasn't a normal thing. So mental illness had a little bit of a softer connotation.
Yeah.
It wasn't
a
intended as
stigma.
much
It was
to be a
much like
diagnosis per se. Yeah.
Yeah, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Much, like it's
That said, I still cringe at
things I won't say. But it's like you would say.
Yeah.
It was an insult. It was a derogatory way. You'd be like, "Oh, what are you crazy?
Yeah.
You're gonna go see a shrink, right?" It's like, stop whining, get back to work. That was
I had to go through all those Mel Gibson films this last week to try and find various clips for my thing.
You didn't have to. You chose to.
I chose to, and yeah, Lethal Weapon series in particular was very sloppy with mental illness for sure. And that was of the time of the same era, right?
Yeah, I would not call it. I would not say it was in particular. It was like, I think that was very much a product of the time. That was, you'd go to any video store in like 1985 and pull damn near anything off the shelf, and
sure.
you'd
But
find
compared to what we would say now, even what even Mel Gibson himself would say now, he himself would be more careful with throwing around some of that stuff. All right. Well, the official position of this channel is believing in God is not a mental illness. Lest we were taking a vote on that somehow.
Yep.
100%
of Toast hosts agree. Believing in God is not a mental illness.
It's ill-advised, perhaps, but
the intellect, the wonderful intellect that nature has given us, I use the word nature, has given us, is compromised by surrendering things to the will of God, that we don't have any say. Well, it didn't happen. My prayer didn't come true. It must be God's will, and that relieves you of responsibility. I don't believe that.
But you think there is something. In other words, there is some sort of order, and that means there has to be something, right?
Well, I wouldn't say I think.
A lot of people are commenting on my video today, and I actually very much agree that sometimes when people appeal to, as Joe Rogan did, this notion of, well, no, I believe there are evil forces and good forces, it does somewhat abdicate responsibility for choosing what otherwise be said, well, that's just an immoral choice. You made a choice that's going to harm people. And you're like, no, evil made me do it. Like is a bit of a cop out. You seem unimpressed.
I mean, I have no meaningful. Yes.
Fair enough.
Can I say it would not surprise?
I'll throw out the counterpoint, I guess, if we go. You're not wrong, but I can also see, especially, I always take the view, as you know well, Paul, in our private conversations, and go that it's hard to judge. You can't judge previous cultures by today's standards. It's not fair to them. They didn't live in the same world we live. They didn't know the things we know. They don't have what we have. So for somebody who, has seen multiple children die, like horrible things happen, things that you don't really understand, you don't know. It could be, I suspect a great comfort go be like, well, it was just, it's God's will, or it's evil, or the work of the devil, or a thing like we just don't understand. That's why, half our cows died this year. And it's just something you can clutch onto, right?
Sure. Though
So
I think you go ahead. Go ahead.
That being said, so like when you have multiple thousands of years of that, I mean, now obviously we can say it's like, well, this happened because there was, the river exposed a sulfur deposit and there was too much sulfur in the water and cows were drinking it and they all died, or whatever, right? I'm just throwing out a hypothetical, but it's like we have the ability now to, like, it's not just, no, half a field of cows don't just die, or a particular school doesn't just have a cancer rate 20% higher than average. There's a reason for that, and we can find the reason. We have the ability to do so now, but you're fighting the inertia. It's like a river carving a path, right? It's very hard to force a river to change stream. It takes a lot of effort and work, and I think our culture is in the midst of that, but I think it's going to take a couple of generations to get that.
And I think when I said abdicating responsibility, of course, that would only mean like, so things like your field of cattle dying, and or like, an avalanche or a fire or whatever. Maybe sometimes fires are caused by bad decisions. But a tsunami or whatever, right? Like, no, I don't throw that in the category of, well, someone's abdicating responsibility. I more meant I have Joe Rogan on the mind because I spent the last 2 weeks listening way too much.
Why did you pinch that waitress on the ass? Oh, the devil made me do it.
Yeah. Well, and he was also saying, well, no, like, what sometimes medical bankruptcy, that's just evil. Well, no, that's not evil. That's actually just people choosing profit over human life, right? Like that's
the result of very understandable choices that have been made.
Right. Or any number of the Catholic Church scandals were brought up, and it's like, well, no, pretty much all of those were agents doing stuff. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't need forces.
The many child deaths in coal mines and turn of the century or whatever, right? Where it's not just, well, I guess it's the God's like, no,
yeah, guess that was God's plan.
Nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
Surprised me. I'm a questioner, and I'm in some ways credulous too. And it just seems, though, as if that there is a kind of order that we can't explain, that is beyond our ken. How can we ever expect, as this lowly clay that rose to this level, to understand something that beyond? I'd rather just stand here and wonder and not try to put a name on it.
Do you wonder about after you die, whether there will be anything or nothing?
Well, I do wonder about that. And I also wonder why there isn't just nothing now. Why are there things at all? Why do we have matter? Why is there anything? I used to sit in school. That was one of the things that got me in trouble in school, sitting there daydreaming.
But that goes back to God, see?
Yeah. Well, it can. It can. It's a wonderful thing that we have these minds and we can consider these things, this stuff. But it can drive you a little crazy, Art.
I'm a little bit surprised that he
Mhm.
was willing to acknowledge that he sometimes thinks about whether there's an afterlife. When I feel like in some of his routines, I've heard that he's pretty staunch about like when you're dead, you're done. So
Right.
that's interesting to hear him. Again, I think people should be allowed to say things in their comedy routine that are more extreme positions than what they actually hold in real life. I feel like that's completely
Right.
fair. So that may
It is
well
a
be one of the things.
performance,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's yeah. Yeah.
Um, Melody Kate,
Melody, so wonderful to see.
$20 super chat. Wow, thank you so much, Melody. That's amazing. Gentlemen, cheers. So glad I found the live. Well, it's gone perfectly up until now, as far as you know.
Yep, as far as you know. You know what? I think, Paul, in celebration of Melody
Yes,
being here and giving a generous super chat, it's time for round 2 of
you didn't give me
comment
time to
from
make a
Ken Ham
graphic
made
for
me.
this.
Yeah, Ken Ham made me an atheist. Intro to Paulogia, or a 1-star Amazon review of the 2005 superhero horror. Oh my goodness, I can't talk. A 1-star Amazon review of the 2005 superhero horror film Constantine, starring Keanu Reeves.
I'm more hung up on the fact that you're calling it a horror film.
I know that's what Amazon calls it.
Okay.
It is absolutely not a horror
The
film.
wusses over at Amazon.
Yeah, it's one of the least scary things ever made.
Right? Anyway.
Anyways, so I'm gonna read a statement, and Paul has to tell me, is this a comment from his video, his very first video, Ken Ham Made Me an Atheist, or is this a 1-star Amazon review of the 2005 version of Constantine? Okay, let's see here. Let's see. We'll do a little harder this time, Paul. Okay.
All right.
Maybe a little bit of softball for the first one. Next time I'll have a root canal done instead.
This one's a little more ambiguous. Next time I'll have
Is that
a
a
root
comment
canal.
on Ken Ham Made Me an Atheist, or is that a 1-star Amazon review of the 2005 film Constantine, starring Keanu Reeves?
How can anyone give it a 1-star review? That is such a good movie.
There's so many. I had my pick of the litter.
Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna go with only. I mean, there's good. So I think that my first video, it was a little bit short for a root canal. So I'm gonna go with the movie. We're going Constantine, Dave. Constantine. I think that one.
Unbelievable. 2 for 2
Two
so
for
far, ladies
two.
and gentlemen. He's batting 1,000. It's the man, the myth, the legend, Paul Enns. Paulogia himself right there. Nailed
I
it.
will say I won't personally go back and watch my oldest videos because eeks. But
Don't you like to see how far you've come?
I suppose.
Yeah.
There's a gazillion things I could think to ask you about today. The president came out today and said that Y2K is not going to be a problem.
Spooky bed here.
Who and what now?
Spooky bed here just showed up. All of our.
Oh.
This is like this is.
It's an all-star. We have an all-star
Yeah.
chat today.
The roll. Well, don't worry, a Zed cat. There's lots of time left. You can catch up in this completely unofficial, not scored game.
And then his own committee said that half of the 911 systems in the U.S. are not compliant. And the president said, our savings and our safety are intact. No problem.
Well, the 911 thing is great because that's where the guns are. You know, those are the people with the guns that they're trying to corral, and people who get shot and hurt.
That's right.
I root for big problems all the time. I root for disasters. I root actually for the end of all of this because I think it's an interesting scenario for things to wind down. I think we're already circling the drain as a species, and I love to see the circles get a little faster and a little shorter.
So you're rooting for disasters.
I do, sort of, just for my entertainment. It's a very selfish thing, but I sort of root that I mean, I love an earthquake. I love a bigger earthquake. They're never as big as I'd like.
Have you ever been in one?
Yeah, well,
Oh man.
Yeah. You think these are so freaking awesome? You ever been in one? Yeah.
There never. I mean, that is he's doing comedy right now. You can tell.
Yeah.
they're not very big. I was in two of those California ones, the one in the early 70s and then the one that we had here, I don't know what, 10 years ago, 8 something.
Well, you're just over the hill in Las Vegas. Let me tell you, we had a pretty damn good one, 7 point whatever it was, just 3 weeks ago, whatever.
You know, we need a 25. I think of it as an amusement park ride, Art. It's really, I mean, it's such a wonderful thing
I
to
actually
realize.
saw it. Was it Krugesatz? That was YouTube video. I want to say, see, now I'm gonna misquote and go. It was something. It was basically, it was about the Richter scale and going up, and I think it was like a 15. If you had anything that was like a 15 on the Richter scale, it'd be like that's where you actually start, like the crust would start cracking apart. Like it's when you start getting above that, it's like getting to the point where it's like into 25, you well into, it's like no, the Earth would literally be destroyed at that, anything that was that strong, because it's a exponential scale, right? Like, so as it's not just a straight up, it's
Right, it's not
like,
linear.
yeah, like
so
one,
it's a 10. A 10 isn't 10 times worse than a 1. It's actually,
no,
yeah,
whatever, 1,000 times,
yeah,
or
1,000.
whatever.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
even know more. I can't, whatever factors. So yeah, and but it was kind of an interesting video, kind of as you go up, and I thought it was 15 was where it's like, oh yeah, no, that's where countries would be disappearing, and like it's, yeah. Anyways, moving on.
So on one of those things, though, I can relate a little bit, only in the sense that I lived in the San Francisco Bay Area for 8 years, and never once did I feel an earthquake. And I feel a little bit like I didn't have that California experience. There were a few that happened while I lived there, but I was out of town each time. So I never got to.
God was smiling on you.
That's right. I was a Christian then, so that's how you know.
That's how you know.
I have many friends who are fire adjacent in the last little while, and so I want to be sensitive about all that. But
I don't believe you have any friends.
Okay, people I know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
People I know, and don't wish any bad things to happen.
Don't wish you any particular harm.
Yeah. So, but I have now started to see. So it's my understanding that a couple of the fires might be out now, or close. None of that matters. So now you're starting to see some of the memes of the people go back to their house. It's like, oh, my whole house burned, but the Bible is still here and fine.
Yeah.
Which most of the time I'm like, yeah, you brought your Bible and you placed it. I'm not believing the photo that you're putting, but also, there's a lot of copies of the Bible. God really doesn't need to preserve the one that you had.
You can get a Bible for like $5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would have been a lot cooler if God had, kept my car and bed okay.
Right? Yeah. all my important papers for my health insurance and stuff. No, that's gone. But my Bible, there it is.
The Gideons will literally give you one for free.
That's right.
They're they'll happily do it.
Yeah.
You will be making them happy if you write to the Gideons and be like, please give me a free Bible. And they would be just so excited to do it, and good for them. But
yeah.
But there ain't nobody who's like, hey, will you send me a free flatware set? No, that charity doesn't exist.
That's right. Yeah. Or a new couch, or my.
Yeah.
What about my saved game on my? Yeah, I can replace my Xbox, but what about my saved games on there?
Well, it's probably cloud save, so it's actually probably fine.
Yeah, probably. It's been a while since I played a.
Try making soup in a save game, Paul. You can't. This is the kind of thing where you start realizing, oh shit, no, what I actually need are socks. That's what I really, really want right now.
Yeah. Oh, this is excellent. Someone in the chat. Left-handed Jedi, very smart. I think that's what people should do. They should build their house out of Bibles.
Yeah, why don't they build the whole house out of Bibles?
Yeah, then
black box.
Then nothing bad can happen to your house.
Why don't they build the whole plane out of the black box?
You have absolutely
It's been viral. It's been going everywhere. Where Bill Burr just went off about everybody weighing in on everybody who's a fire management expert all of a sudden online.
Oh, I didn't see Bill Burr's take, but I have seen a few takes like
He's
that.
on Jimmy Kimmel's show.
Okay.
Just go, yeah. It's funny. It's Bill Burr.
Yeah, but it's one of those things.
Best, right?
You see everyone's well, yeah, last week, I'm done being an expert on vaccines. This week, I'm an expert on fighting fires. Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah, that's,
No control. And to see that
Scotty Orange has also an astute, this explains the increased Bible sales. Yeah, so I don't know if you've seen, Dave, but there's, in the last several months, there's been a spike in Bible sales in America.
I have not seen. You'd be amazed what I don't know about Bible sales.
I attribute this largely to people buying Trump Bibles, but
could be. Is that a worldwide spike or
no? Just no in the America, our future overlords.
Well, good on them. Do I get to keep healthcare?
Yeah, like it's funny because the Americans who are like reach out concerned or whatever to me, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's very nice, but no, like this is one of those things. Like our most conservative party that we have, is still like no,
well to the left of the Democrats.
Yeah, like it's like
I guess no, that's not true anymore because there's now the
not
UCP,
anymore,
which are pretty. Although they're not they don't have much power.
But even Paulogia, I would say, is way left of.
Yeah, Paulogia, I would say he is not.
He's left of a Republican for sure.
Yes.
So
I would say he is left of some Democrats, not all.
Yeah.
He's not, but there's just things that are, well, this is just like Canadian, like the idea of there is not a politician in Canada who would suggest that we shouldn't have universal health care.
Right. So that's one of the things. The universal health care came in under our most conservative government. Gay marriage came in under our most conservative government. And as did abortion rights, I believe, became protected under our, like, Mulroney or somebody. Like it was
under the conservative. The party's literally called the Conservative Party. That's what these things did. Like that's literally their name. It's the Conservative Party as opposed to the Liberal Party.
So we
I was asked. I'm drinking Granville Island Lions Winter Ale, which is one of my absolute favorite beers. One of my many, many absolute favorite beers, and also a little bamboo. The fun rum.
I'm envious of the bamboo.
I thought you had 2 bottles for Christmas.
I know, but I didn't bring any into the room here. So.
Oh, it is like 20 feet away. Yeah, I guess that's probably unreachable. You were crashing and stomping all over during my ad read. You could have gone and gotten some then. Mute your mic next time.
Oh, was I really? No, because I do mute. I normally do mute my mic during the ad reads.
I think that's the first time I ever remember. I could hear
so I thought I specifically did anyway. So that's good to know. That's a good note because I literally thought I was.
That we're just doing in public.
Yep.
Everybody, well, you know what? We don't hide anything on this show.
We also tonight's a whole special night. So
tonight is a whole special night. We've had a blackout. We're basically ad-libbing
we started the show an hour in. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know. You know what, Paul?
Yep.
Since it's already just a who knows what, I think it's time for round 3 of, is this a 1-star Amazon review of Constantine starring Keanu Reeves, or a YouTube comment from Ken Ham made me an atheist, the intro to Paulogia, Paul's very first video on his channel. Okay. Let's see here. Are you ready, Paul?
I'm ready.
Now, this is a little bit longer one. And I actually clipped quite a bit out of it. Could have gone on for longer, but now I'm one of those people actually having had contact with demons in my days in the occult, so-called spirit guides. So whatever you say does not take away from the truth I know already. You see, I may not be able to prove it, even it is just out there in the open in our days that multiple people are getting in contact with demons seen in many disguises around the world, and yet people are in there in ignorance will reject their stories as I myself did in time past.
Oh my gosh.
Is that a review?
So This is tricky
Constantine. Yeah.
because Constantine has demons in the movie.
Oh, it's chock full tip to tail. There's demons everywhere in that movie. He goes literally to hell.
Boy, but that does sound like something that people say to me on the regular.
Mm.
And my first video was definitely a target for that kind of stuff, because for a long time you used to pin. It's not a thing anymore, but you used to pin a video, like I think you still can, but you pin a video to the top, and
Yeah.
that was the one for me. That was, oh
Yeah.
boy.
I'm not gonna
I'm
lie.
gonna go with,
I read
you know what?
through all the comments on that video, picking out the ones for this.
Yeah. I think
I can't remember the guys. There was one just real special individual who, boy, had a lot to say on a lot of people's comments. Yeah. Anyways,
I'm gonna go with Paulogia video.
oh my goodness, you think this was planned? Because Paul, so far 3 for 3.
Oh my goodness, because that was the hardest one by far. That was that, because that
maybe I'd
could
get you
have
on that one. I thought maybe I'd get you on that.
that
one.
could have so easily been the other for sure. Oh man, I mean, if any of them mentioned Tilda Swinton,
then I've cut out, I think, most of the straight obvious ones. Too bad. I have 8 of each, so we'll see. We'll mix it up. I'm not going to do 16, but I want to keep it so you don't know.
I would love it if James Gunn would bring Keanu back as Constantine. That would be
that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
I thought they were doing a second one, or maybe that's something
that. So when James Gunn took over the studio, all those got scrapped. So
fair enough.
Yeah. Don't know if they had any conversations. Also, we have a super chat, Dave.
We do,
from Olivia Williams.
Oh,
right.
enough.
Paul Martin. Oh, but no, but is that? Oh, yeah, I did mention that. Paul Martin liberals legalized gay marriage, but I feel like that was. Is that right?
I mean, I'm not going to gainsay Olivia Williams.
I'm guessing Olivia did some sleuthing before she sent in some super chats. So, I'll okay. I kind of thought we did, but I could be wrong. So, all right.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, because I actually remember when the Stephen Harper conservative government first came in, there was a movement within the Conservative Party that we need to de-legalize gay marriage, and he gave a speech basically saying, like, this is a non-starter and we're not going to waste time and effort on this. That's just a way to lose votes.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
We got more important stuff to do. Moving on.
Well, Olivia, we appreciate the civics correction, because we would hate to be
There
wrong.
you go, 2005, and Googled it to be sure.
All right, very good, very good, very good. Well, we
print a retraction.
I mean, that's, one might even say that we deliberately are wrong just to test the audience.
So Paul's 3-1 tonight is what we're saying.
All right, yeah, that's right. I'll take it.
Dresser move across the bedroom floor unassisted. To me, it's a very exciting thing. And I'll tell you the truth, I never got scared in either quake I was in. I did cover my wife with my body, kind of an instinctive thing. I rolled over in the bed and kind of covered her. I thought the ceiling might fall in or something. And our daughter ran in. Kelly ran in when this was the one in the early 70s. She was about 9 or 10. But I honestly felt disappointed when it was over, that it wasn't bigger. And I looked out and there was.
That's what she said.
Yes. Hey-o.
Hey-o. I rolled over my wife and covered her up. That was it. That's what she said.
That was it.
That was it. More super chats, Dave.
We done already? Super chats from Loki.
Hey,
$10. Oh my goodness.
You got this one?
Yeah, sure. Hey, eat a meeting right now at Olympus. Well, makes sense. No one named God here, but I'll keep an eye out for you and let you know if he shows up. Well, thanks, Loki. We appreciate that.
Appreciate that.
Big fan.
Loki.
Big fan of your second season of your show.
Loki's more of a demigod, right?
Well, don't tell him that. It's more of a god.
I mean, even in the lore, like in the pre-Marvel lore, like is Loki a full-on god? Or
in like actual Norse
Yeah.
mythology. What? Yeah, he's because he's half giant, half
Right.
god. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
I think
pretty good.
somewhere
It's still pretty
on
good.
that shelf over there, I have a book on Norse mythology that you gave me.
I actually recall that vaguely.
I could go look it up, but I'm not gonna. So
Have
we'll
you
move
seen
on.
that new book that they've got? The big giant. There's a big giant book how to rebuild civilization book.
Oh my god, I see stupid YouTube ads for it constantly, and it like, and I've sort of read reviews and like what's actually in it, and it like
Oh, it's not so good.
no,
Hmm,
it's basically just an art book.
I
But
see, but a good idea. I mean,
yeah,
someone.
that's why I'm like, if this was legitimately that'd be cool, and I might actually have gotten one. But no, apparently it's just sort of like a lame art book.
Well, maybe that's a project you and I should take on sometime. We could make an
And
actual good one.
The title is great. The book,
Yeah, right.
the guide to rebuild. It's the book, the guide to rebuilding civilization. Yeah.
I'm not going to give it away here. I think some people know. I don't know if anyone knows. I sometimes have written fiction things. One of my fiction things is going to be a motion picture this year.
I mean, barely.
I mean, yeah, it'll be barely is, but it
Bautista?
stars
Come
it's
on. Come
it stars someone you've
on.
heard of. Anyway, all that said, so there was a movie
Doesn't
that
even have one Skarsgård in it. How?
There's zero. It's true. The zero
Very-
Skarsgårds in the film.
Zero
That's right.
Skarsgård, yeah. It's like somebody who never played a corpse in Law and Order. It's like, well, are you really an actor?
We're not going to get into that, but the all that
Well,
to say,
okay.
so
Sorry,
I have
didn't
an
mean-
agent. Like I could write scripts, right? I still
Yeah.
am in contact with my agents. They still like I could theoretically write scripts and get them in front of people who make films.
You have
I'm
a
not-
better chance.
I have a better chance
Meeting.
than a person off the
Yeah.
street. Yeah.
Yes, you at least have a somewhat of an in.
Right. So there was a movie. This is I swear it's related in my head. So a movie came out recently, and I don't want to say which one because I may actually do something with it. And you and I need to have a conversation about this maybe. So the movie came out recently, and there was a log line. There was the description of the film on the streaming service
Okay.
where I'm like, that sounds amazing. I want to
Okay.
see that film. And
Right.
I
That's
put
their
it
job,
on.
it's marketing, right? Yeah.
I put it on, and it's like, well, that is not what the film was about.
It's not. Yeah.
But now I'm like, well, shit. Someone should write the movie that was actually was the thing.
Was the
that,
thing. Yeah.
Like
The-
everyone would want to see that movie. Why
Yeah.
didn't you make that movie? So now, yeah, I feel like it's the same. It's related into that book. Like, yeah, that's a good idea for a book.
Well, we'll get together.
This goes along with my weird ideas. I have some strange ideas about copyright laws when it comes to people who fuck up their movies.
But Paul, we have a super chat.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Thomas
Super
Pickett.
chats.
This is very germane.
Oh, Thomas
I bought
Pickett
the
writes, I bought the book, How to Rebuild Society. Oh, well,
So here we go. So we can have firsthand.
Thomas, let us know. Are we
Yeah,
being,
Put it, throw it in
is
chat.
it,
You don't feel obligated that you have to super chat. Just put it in a chat. What do you like?
yeah, and I
Give us
no,
your
don't,
honest
yeah, just
review.
let us know,
Yeah.
Thomas. What did you like it? Could you think do you think you could actually rebuild society? There's actually, do you know who Nate Bargatze?
Oh yeah, Bergazzi
Brigazzi.
Yeah,
Brigazzi.
with his Washington Dreams. But I've been listening to his podcast.
Yeah, but he actually has a
amazing.
great
I love
routine.
stand-up
So we're on
yeah.
since we're on stand up tonight. He has a great routine where he's like, if I went back in time, I'm not even sure I could convince someone I'm from the future.
I can see. I haven't heard that bit, but I.
But he's like, oh, you have phones in your pocket. How does that work? And I don't know.
I don't know.
Satellites? Like, what's a satellite? It's like,
Magic box
okay,
in
well,
the
who wins
sky.
the next election? And he's like, boy, I don't
I
know.
can picture him saying it. Yes.
Yeah, it's
Boy,
pretty good. Like, not only could he not affect the future, he didn't even think he could convince someone. Yeah, it was pretty good. Domo Thank you
Yeah.
so much for that incredibly generous super chat.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Just tuned in, so I don't have any ideas what's been talked about, but I like it. Well, Domo, let me assure you once again, the show up until now has been flawless and
Not a
entertaining.
single issue. That second part, I think, is true. You got to see Paul and I not. You know what? Not going to say it. You can. I don't want to spoil it.
No,
Go back.
but no, don't go back. Just stick with us from now forward.
But tomorrow, when
We're
you go
doing
back and watch the whole
George
thing over
Carlin.
again, yes. And also, we're playing a fun game, Paul.
Are you wanting to burn another one?
Yeah, it's time for the next round of. Is this a 1-star Amazon review of Constantine or a YouTube comment from Paul's first video, Ken Ham Made Me an Atheist? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Read a thing. Pause to tell me, is this a 1-star review of Constantine starring Keanu Reeves, or a comment from his first YouTube video, Ken Ham Made Me an Atheist? Okay, here we go. I'm a little pissed off that you're getting all these right so far. Currently, Paul's 3-0. Another story not worth telling or seeing. Please stop. Seriously.
One more time.
Another story not worth telling or seeing. Please stop. Seriously.
So I'm going on the word story there now. The thing is, it's a little bit ambiguous because that is probably like one of my very few videos that it's not actually reacting to anything. It is telling my story.
Yeah.
But I feel like the story is giving it away and that you might be double bluffing me on this. So I'm going with this is a double bluff, and I'm going with Constantine.
Oh my goodness, 4 out of 4.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna trip you up here sooner or later.
Woo! All right. I don't know what the numbers mean in the chat, so I don't know if people were getting it right or wrong.
It's 1 for Ham.
1 for Ham and 2 for Constantine. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Woo woo. All right, I forgot what we were talking about, so back to George.
Sucks.
Enough destruction. I really think there's great human drama in destruction and in nature unleashed, and I don't get enough of it.
George, a 25 would turn entire continents over.
Now you're talking, Art. You know what we never have either is a really good big tidal wave. Can you imagine the tsunami we would have out of a 25?
Oh, yeah. There would be nothing left.
I know. It's just wonderful to consider.
Well, there are scientists, by the way, who do consider that every now and then there is a complete extinction. Everything goes.
Yep.
And everything begins again.
Well, if you're talking about 65 million years ago with the reptiles and all,
that'd be one.
That's certainly a possible random achievement that we could attain, to have one of those fellas hit us. And I read once, by the way, I was very disappointed that the Bolide didn't hit on June 30th. I want you to know I listen as often as I can, Art.
Was George Carlin around for COVID? I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't. Let's now I'm curious. When rest in peace, George Carlin. No, so he passed in 2008. So well.
Before. Okay, yeah. Well, before
COVID. Yeah.
All right.
I always find it interesting, Paul, when it's the dinosaur thing that does it, right? Like everybody knows the extinction event from 65 million years ago, which is far from like the most significant extinction event that the Earth has experienced. It's like, I think it's not even in the top 5. If I might be wrong, I'm certainly willing to be corrected, but it's like I think
it's not number 1. We know
definitely not number 1.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, there's definitely scientists propose multiple mass extinctions events for sure. It also makes me laugh. You don't deal with the creationist realm as much as I do. Thank goodness no one should.
Or at all. Yeah.
Or at all.
I'm good. Yeah.
But it's funny because when I was a younger creationist, And
Yeah.
I think a lot of people in that sphere, they think of uniformitarianism, which is
I
what
don't know what that means.
uniformitarianism means. Basically, that the laws, it's people who hold that the laws of physics have basically been unchanged since the Big Bang.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But saying the laws of physics are so the creationists spin it to mean that we think that a uniformitarian just believes that grains of sand have equally have been accumulating at a rate that you could almost like calculate like a clock on a given beach, or like that everything's a clock, right?
Right.
And they say, well, no, we in the Bible, we believe in catastrophism because there's a big flood. And
Right.
when really like everyone's understanding, well, that laws of physics allows for floods, and the laws of physics allows
Oh,
for like catastrophe, like volcanoes and asteroids to hit, like that we consider all those to be catastrophes. But
yeah.
that doesn't like it's not one of a creationist would put forth that a uniformitarianism eschews all
That's a static
catastrophes for
universe.
some reason.
That
It's just
that
static.
somehow it's a frozen static.
Yeah,
You know.
and that, well, no, obvious, and we're all like, no, like catastrophes happen, like floods happen, things easily, yeah. So,
Yeah, this is
um,
observable in the world today. I mean, it's like you can push a plate on the edge of a table at a predictable, steady rate,
correct. Yep,
and there will come a point
yep,
where it falls and crashes to the ground and breaks
yeah.
into 10 pieces, and that's
But
that's
a young
still
Earth
pretty
creationists
within the yeah.
think that I would posit that the plate would travel to the ground at the same rate that it had been traveling, uh, up until that point,
Yeah.
and that's not correct. That's not
That's
what
a
I think.
whole actually interesting debate that I would love to get into, but we're not going to, about like are the laws of physics um steadfast, and the kind of increasing evidence that maybe they are not, and that might explain
Well,
some of the issues we're having in cosmological measurements.
so no, let's do it now. So, so
I
laws
mean,
of
there is no definitive answer, I would say, in science, that they're like maybe not, we don't know.
Well, what I think what I would say, and I think what most scientists would say, is that perhaps the laws of like we are giving our best models of
Yes.
so E equals MC square isn't actually a law per se that the
No.
universe is beholden to in some way. It
Are,
is
are you
instead
are you familiar with the crisis in cosmology,
uh
which is kind of a pop science term? So there's a thing called the crisis in cosmology, which is, so there is a kind of increasing, as we get more and more accurate in our measurements and our ability to measure what our current best models of the universe predict versus what we observe in things like background radiation and like,
mhm.
where it's like, so either there is a fundamental flaw in our measurements, or there is just something we don't understand, and sort of like dark matter and dark energy apply into these, and things where it's things where we're like, well, there just has to be something we don't know, and we're calling it dark matter or dark energy because it doesn't matter. But there's things like the age of the universe is a big one, where it's like, okay, we're starting to get to either the universe is much older than we think, or maybe some of the laws of the universe, and I'm talking about the strength of gravity or the speed of light, have changed over billions of years. Like maybe there is a gradual change, and it's so absolutely minute that we couldn't possibly measure it in the scale that we've, over 1,000 years, you wouldn't notice this. But over 14 billion, yeah, it's a couple of percentage points, and that's enough to throw off things. And maybe don't know, like, this is just this is just a throwing out there to like, well, there's a thing that would explain the disconnect between what our mathematical models predict and what we're actually
Mm.
seeing, because those things are not lining up, and it's getting worse, it's not getting better. It's like better and we get more accurate measurements, the disconnect's getting worse. So everyone's kind of like, okay, so we're missing something, and the arguments about what are we missing? Yeah,
I know I've looked up that phrase before. Don't remember which phenomenon it actually linked to. That said, I know there's also, I know like the more sophisticated models now actually include some hyper expansion in the first, like
yeah,
a lot of these are solved if you say that, yeah, for the first like 5 minutes, some of these rules didn't apply, like then everything else makes sense.
yeah.
So I am going to look that up though now, but again, I am not a cosmologist nor are you, so I'm not going to
No, but I watch a lot
pile
of.
upon, but yeah.
I'm very interested in cosmology,
Oh,
and
as am I, as am I.
and there's
But
differing viewpoints, and I don't have a horse in the race. But one of the kind of, like, so this is a possible explanation, is that
Yeah.
like maybe the maybe gravity isn't constant, because we honestly don't super know. Like, gravity is one of the ones that's like, well, we kind of know how it works, but also kind of not.
right, gravity is one of
And
those ones where I feel like, based on I read, I try and keep abreast of it sometimes too. I feel like there may just be another a variable in there that we don't know.
well, that
Right,
which
yeah,
is,
to
which is part of it too. Is like
include, yeah,
there might just be something that we just fundamentally don't.
yeah, we just don't know to include the, yeah,
We don't know. We
right.
haven't figured out or discovered.
Much like quantum, like
Right.
just like
Yeah.
we don't have a universal model that works at the quantum scale as well as the other scales, right?
Yeah, there's
So
no
it's a kinda
grand
like,
unified theory of
yeah,
everything, right?
right.
Yes.
Timothy Harmon, $5 writes,
Hey.
isn't human extinction foundational to the evangelical movement? It absolutely is. Yes, they need us to, well, to be fair, they don't the whole universe, whenever they think that humans are so important that whenever we all die, that the whole rest of the universe also, gets changed.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I guess
Judgment Day is Judgment
it's
Day an
semantics
extinction.
in a way, right? Like, Revelation and Judgment Day, is that extinction? I mean, clearly people are surviving and worshiping at the throne for
Yeah,
eternity,
and depending on how you interpret, I think most people would interpret that there is that there will be some kind of rain
or
on
do you
Earth.
count the flood as an extinction?
Oh, maybe that's what he means, because definitely, yeah, that is a definitely you have to say that's a mass extinction event.
Yeah, when pretty much everything that wasn't on this
Yeah.
boat died.
Yeah.
And I assume aquatic. Yeah.
Pretty much. Good call. Good call, Timothy.
But it's probably 2 or 3 times a
Uh-oh, clickies. Our rant went too long.
Rant went too long. Is that the trick? If we pause it too long, we get clicks? Is that the
no, that's just
it's just random. It's just something you're bringing up.
well, actually, I don't probably, if I went instead, like I always do this when I'm enjoying beverages, so if I went back and did some kind of analysis.
If we ever did one of these sober, spoiler alert, we won't. Then
then we might know. Then I might be able to better take some control variables.
Yep.
But,
And everything begins again.
Well, if you're talking about 65 million years ago with the reptiles and all,
That'd be one.
That's certainly a possible random achievement that we could attain, and to have one of those fellas hit us. And I read once, by the way, I was very disappointed that the bolide didn't hit on June 30th. I want you to know I listen as often as I can, Art. It's not regular, but it's probably 2 or 3 times a month.
So you were hoping for it.
I was hoping that the bolide would be on time, and then I was hoping when it didn't show up on June 30th that at least Nostradamus would be correct with July 6th, and then that didn't happen, and I wondered what Father Charlie Moore was going to tell the people, because he was quite,
Specific, yes. Yeah. He was, yeah.
Carlin would be so disappointed that 2012 turned out to be nothing, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would like to see...
Other than a great movie.
Was that Nicolas Cage? Was he in that one?
I was trying to remember who was in it. Was it Nicolas Cage? Why do I want to think that? Why do I want to feel like Jason Bateman was in the movie? Maybe
there was one with The Rock, like flying a plane out of L.A. when it was collapsing.
Was
But I
that
don't think that
also
was a
2012?
2012 movie. I think that was just like some kind of.
I think that was
massacre.
just another. I think that was. There was also one with
There
an
was a-
ice age that
There was a
happened.
movie specifically called. That's that's a different one where.
No, 2012 had like Woody Harrelson playing Art Bell, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So wait, we have
Now I'm,
John.
now I'm googling it. I'll be your Jamie. Oh no,
I
okay,
don't
so
have
John
my
Cusack.
John
Cusack
Cusack.
was in
That's
that
what I
movie.
was thinking
Yeah.
of. Yeah,
Chiwetel Ejiofor, Woody Harrelson. Yeah.
Woody
There.
Harrelson was, and he was basically playing a character that was modeled after art.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Morgan Lilly, Amanda Peet was in that movie. How do you pronounce? Is it Thandwi Newton? She was in Westworld too. The whatever, you'd recognize her face.
Yeah, I just don't.
Danny
I don't.
Glover was in that movie. I don't remember that. What did he? Oh, he was the president. Yeah, there you go. A black president. Whatever, Hollywood.
That'll never happen.
That'll never happen. Yeah. What are we doing? What's happening now?
I'm actually trying to make it so my window can share for a minute here. We're getting back to that.
Oh, Paul, you're just asking for trouble. Well, while you're doing that,
there we go.
Okay.
So apparently some of these things broke during whatever happened with my power.
Yeah.
Anyway, all good. More art.
Yeah. I don't remember what that crazy Ice Age movie was, where there was a storm. I remember the premise. There was a storm, like a hurricane, so insane that the eye of the hurricane actually
Day After Tomorrow.
Like to
Day After Tomorrow, absolutely.
Inside the atmosphere. So like the surface of the earth was exposed to outer space with no atmosphere in between to warm or shelter it. And that's
Jake Gyllenhaal. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, was this the one that had the arcs? They built arcs?
No, that was the Deep Impact. I think you're thinking of.
Yeah, you're right.
Which came out at the same time as Armageddon, but was like a realistic movie
right.
where it's like, well, we can't stop the asteroid, so
I did like that. What I liked about that one was it was a bait and switch that you thought that we were going to shoot these things into space.
Yeah.
Spoilers for people who aren't going to watch. But yeah, but then they did. Then when we realize, oh, they're literally just building Noah's Arks.
Yeah, that we can save like 10 million people, and the rest of us is like, sucks to be you.
Yeah,
yeah. That they're building the vaults.
Yep. All the rich people get on.
And it was way less successful, but I thought it was a much better movie than Armageddon, and I like Armageddon, but Deep Impact was a good movie.
Deep Impact was a good movie. Yeah. Agree. But no, Armageddon was the I think partially because of the but partially just because of the overtop camp of it.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
It was a time where
we are talking about bad physics science movies. Scotty Orange. Yeah, The Core. This is I was about to say the king of all of them, The Core. Yeah.
I used clips from The Core in a video a few months ago where it was just like, I need bad science examples. We're pulling up The Core.
I mean, the Core is into that. It's so bad, it's good.
Yeah.
It's cool. Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, there we go. The other super chat.
Well, it's never too late, Thomas. I'm not sure it's on
I feel like it's probably not very hard to find.
It may not be on a streaming service, but I bet on eBay you can get yourself a DVD for 99 cents.
It has to be streaming somewhere. I guess it depends where you live in the world,
I suppose. But with NordVPN, with our great sponsor NordVPN, you can go, which is also a lie. So here's the thing. So I get so many VPN companies offering to sponsor my stuff. There's a new one just today. I had
my life. Why aren't we? Sorry. Anyways, carry on.
But here's the thing: the streaming companies know when you're on one of those corporate VPNs.
Oh yeah, it used to work.
Yeah, but they still advertise it like, oh, you can watch anything you want in the world with Netflix, and Netflix is like, nah, we see you on your silly.
you know that all of a sudden you're logging in from Dubai and we figured you out. Yeah.
Disney Plus isn't fooled that you got yourself.
But it absolutely, I mean, when I was living in Calgary, I had a VPN and I used to do that all the time.
Yes, it used to work, but it no longer. I won't.
But same how they crack down on multiple password users and stuff, where they'd be like, "Hey, we can see you logging in from 5 different geographic locations, even though there's only 2 users." So yeah.
But I still I partially look every time one of these VPNs offers me the sponsorship, and I look. Are you still pretending like Netflix isn't going to know? Oh, you are. Okay, great.
They absolutely they'll bring that up. Now, that being said, as somebody who works in IT and specifically in cybersecurity, and highly recommend VPNs. Everybody should get one. There's a lot of very good reasons to get
I still
a VPN.
Absolutely. Yep. I still pay
and
for a
VPN.
VPN.
Is a good VPN service. I don't use them, but I will throw out the free plug. They're one of the better ones. But
which one did you say?
Nord. Nord's not a bad VPN.
Okay, yeah.
Like, if you want to use NordVPN, perfectly good. You know, Nord, Surfshark, there's a bunch of them out there. But yeah, don't think that you're going to get to watch BritBox or whatever.
Right.
You know, Russian Netflix. Yeah. No, they'll crack down on that.
Which is too bad, because Netflix in the States has so many religious movies that we don't get here. But
yeah, that does sound too bad.
Well, for my research purposes, it was handy.
For you, yeah.
The core apparently is only on you.
Yeah, I looked that up too. It's like
it's that sneaky, but so everything's on Amazon. That's always the funniest. Is that Amazon Prime always comes up. Well, of course you watch it on Amazon Prime if you give us $20. It's like no, it's not really on your thing then. But same with Apple TV. These are all just stores anyway. I feel like the core. I feel like the core is not worth $5. You should just super chat us $5, and we'll describe it to you. And I feel like that's a better use of your time.
Yep. Allied as it gets stronger as pressure goes on. Core stops. This is my kung fu. Somebody hacks the core starting up. And
Dave, you're giving it up without the actual super chat coming in.
Because I'm bad at this. This is why our accounts receivable is in such bad shape, Paul.
You have to wait and hold the viewers hostage. Yep.
Paul, do you know what time it is? It's time for everybody's YouTube's favorite game.
This is why I should put up the trivia clock, I guess.
Put up the trivia clock, because without it, I can just make it up. Because you know what, Paul? There are no rules.
There are no rules. What's going on, Dave?
Paul, you tell me. I'm about to read a statement. Is this a 1-star Amazon review of the 2005 film Constantine, starring Keanu Reeves, or is this a YouTube comment from your first video, Ken Ham made me an atheist? All right, are you ready? Okay, let's see here. Oh, here's a good one. Be ashamed, period. Wrong, period. Horrible, period. Bad, period. Awful lies, period.
I mean, I feel like that's my video. I feel like that's Paulogia. I feel like that's Ham.
I'm gonna give a couple seconds here to let other people throw in. Yeah, 1 for Ken Ham, 2 for Constantine.
The awful lies, because Constantine doesn't come across so
be
much
ashamed,
as be ashamed. I mean, maybe, but
horrible, bad.
I feel like those all apply to me personally.
I mean,
yeah, it's hard to argue that, right?
Well, Paul.
Yep.
I don't believe it, but I finally tripped you up.
Oh,
that was in fact a 1-star review.
That was 1-star lies.
2005 film Constantine starring Keanu Reeves. Yeah.
Someone like the theology of this film.
Questionable. Questionable. Yeah. Even as someone who doesn't really believe, I'm like, well, I don't think that's how it says.
We all know that you don't string a mirror up to the ceiling for an exorcist. We all know that. Like, that's just bullshit.
That. Yeah. That's just Hollywood.
You put the mirror on the wall because that's how it would work. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You tripped me up.
There we go.
You got me.
There we go. 3
You
and 1,
fooled-
4 and 1. I don't even remember.
Congratulations, you fooled the Paul.
Congratulations. That's it. I'd like to take this opportunity to retire, champion.
I don't know. We got a trivia clock going now, so
We do. Okay,
I
wow.
want it to happen a little east of me so that the prevailing winds carry the destruction around a little bit late, and I can.
I thought we might listen to this whole the George Carlin thing. I thought, like, well, this tonight's show is just going to be, we're just going to straight up listen to an hour.
Yep.
Nope. We have covered less material of this than ever.
Paul,
Yes.
okay, I got. So do you? Here's this one for you. This is one of my favorite T-shirts.
Crock
Do you
pot
know
luck.
the reference?
Yes. Well, potluck is like a meal.
No, you know what a potluck is.
I know what a potluck is.
A cultural reference, a media reference, as so many of my T-shirts are.
You're a crock pot. No, I don't get it. I don't know what it is.
Crockett Island, crock potluck is the one of the events that happens during the delightful Mike Flanagan series, Midnight Mass. We have the annual Crockett Island crock pot luck. Yeah.
Yes. Damn it.
And there's like all the picnic tables outside and set.
Damn it.
And
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, I love it. Oh, that's so I feel embarrassed. I feel shame.
Yeah.
I should have.
This is my super obscure Midnight Mass
I love it.
T-shirt that
I love it.
nobody has ever picked
That's
up the
amazing.
reference to. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. There you go.
We have a super chat from Scotty Orange. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Wouldn't it be great if the passengers on Con Air were the crew on the core? Can you quote your favorite line from either movie as the character? Con Air is not a film that I am super up on the lore for.
That's the one where Nicolas Cage.
I know, I remember, but I didn't actually watch it multiple. Like lots of people have hate watched Con Air.
I watched it within the last year, not hate watch for somebody who's like sincerely loves that movie.
Put the bunny back in the box. All right. I got that.
Nicolas Cage is here again, gone again. Yeah.
What else we got?
I have one.
Con Air is not a dialogue heavy film. You got one?
I got one. This is actually a line I use. I've used it, I'm sure, on shows before. This one, it's from The Core. I can't remember the guy's name, the rat, the hacker guy. This is my kung fu, and it is strong. When he's a hacking, NASA or whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
Con Air.
I got you back, Scotty. Paul, learn to live with disappointment.
I did the bunny back in the box.
That's true. He already did.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Scotty. Appreciate you. That's a great mashup. I love it.
Watch some of it on CNN. I want to see the cities go out one at a time.
I gotta tell you this, Paul.
Tokyo, and then
sorry. This, because we talked Midnight Mass and Miles Midnight Beverage ever. I had a conversation like 3 weeks ago, and I can't remember. I was talking to somebody, and I was like, I'm like, I want to find like a slow deep. They were talking about, well, I don't like this and that. All these shows are just like flash and action. Like, I want something like deep that you can think about and go. I'm like, well, you should watch Midnight Mass on Netflix. Like, it's fantastic. It's a great character study. It talks about religion versus atheism and gives both. It's about relationships, forgiveness. It has some of the best dialogue I've ever seen in any show ever. And they're like, yeah, I watched it. It was a bunch of monologues. It was boring. I was just like, I want to reach across this table and just slam your head onto a beer bottle right now.
All right.
Monologue? Yeah. Are you kidding me right now? Like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Maybe you should watch Big Bang Theory then.
You know what?
Yeah. Have you seen Friends?
It's going to be right up your alley. Yeah.
No, it's not even that. Funny.
They redid Voltron like 10 years ago. Maybe check that out. It's on Netflix. You'll love it.
I started watching Teacup. Have you seen Teacup?
I've never even heard of Teacup. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I saw a bunch of people recommending it. So I'm only 2 episodes in, but some weirdo in a gas mask comes around. There's a bunch of weird circumstances happen in a night where several people in a rural community end up at the same farm. And as some of the weird stuff's happening, some guy in a gas mask comes around and he paints a big circle around the farm.
Okay.
Um, and then as soon as anything crosses outside the line, it basically it turns inside out. Like it's like it dies instantly in a very
Right.
gruesome way. And
Yeah.
a guy even tries to put his hand over, and his like hand goes like it's
Right.
and you have no explanation of what's going on. So this is very like Lost to me or whatever. Like it's it's
Right.
very cool. This is a very cool mystery. And then you're also getting like you're starting to get like, well, who are these strangers? And some of them kind of know each other. Like it's this whole thing. So I'm optimistic because people have said it's really good. So I thought maybe you might
Okay.
love it.
Well, that sounds like something right in my wheelhouse.
Yeah,
I
I know.
will,
It's so far very well written, very well shot. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'm gonna send myself a note.
Yeah, Teacup.
Well, teacup.
And the line comes from Tempest and Teapot. No, it's Teacup. But it's
Teacup, Tempest in a Teacup. Yeah.
yeah. But that
Which
was
is,
the
Shakespeare. I can't remember. Yeah.
right. So
Maybe not
so
Shakespeare,
ostensibly, I think what's happening is a lot of stuff's happening, but in a very small location. So it's like
Right.
it's this whole thing, and you don't know who the gas mask people are, and there's other stuff I'm not going to spoil for you if you watch it, but it's fun.
There you
It's
go.
a good one. Also, I'm very excited that Severance is coming back. Severance.
It's already the first episode's out now. I haven't watched.
Oh,
it
is
yet.
it season 2?
It's out.
Oh,
Yep.
can't wait.
Yep.
I was just more thinking of shows that you could actually recommend to someone who actually wanted like intellectual sci-fi type stuff.
Yeah.
Severance is good.
Did you
Silo?
watch season 2 of Silo?
Not yet.
Uh,
Oh, it's not as good as season 1. That's too bad.
There's a lot of people featured prominently that I do not like. It's like I don't like
okay.
this person. I don't care what happens to them. Like, why don't we go back? Yeah, whatever. It's
enough.
like I do not care if this person lives or dies. Like, it's their. And there's a lot of it. It's not like there's just so many characters where you're just like, this is a fundamentally unlikable person, and you're featuring so many of them. But it comes back at the end. Yeah.
I have too many shows that I'm watching with people. I need to like loosen some of those shackles of like, no, we're all just gonna watch this separately and talk about it now. Yeah. Anyway, off we go.
George Carlin. Let's get some more of that.
Catch up to me. I'm having a little fun with this, but I honestly must tell you that I do enjoy big disasters. I really, and I always hope, that they're going to be a little bit bigger.
That's incredible. Well, the only reason for that could be that you have.
There's a reason that like news and stuff is full. Like, it's true. That's a human nature thing, right? We like. I don't know if "like's" the right word. We're fascinated.
If it bleeds,
If it bleeds, it leads. Right? Like that's how you get every. People are fascinated by a disaster story. They, for whatever reason, human nature, we enjoy seeing, as long as it's somewhere else. That's the people I don't know. There's a tsunami in another part of the world. Thousands dead. Man.
Yeah, I also don't get like today's head story. Reasonable people made reasonable decisions. No one cares.
You've more or less given up on the human race.
Well, the problem is when you scratch a cynic, you find a disappointed idealist underneath. And I will cop out to that. I'm sure there's some flame burning dimly in me that would like to see everything work. But it doesn't look like that is what is in the cards. If we had another maybe 1,000 or 10,000 years to evolve, and we got past this stuff of national borders with 168 countries or whatever it is, and 2,000 or 5,000 languages or whatever it is, and all of these rivalries, we could have a chance.
Now, you see, I had callers just before you came on who were talking about this. They're in great fear of it. They talk about the New World Order. They're talking about UN troops coming in and taking over the U.S. and the world and all of that.
Well, you know something? When you're stuck in local time, that is when your mind, your thoughts, your parameters are stuck in local time, you see things on a small level, on a limited basis. But I think that if there is ever to be a golden age of this species, a true golden age, it will not include borders in 168 countries in 2,000 or 5,000 languages, whatever the real count is these days. It will not include those things. This is a very young, primitive species. The fact that our technology has raced eons ahead of us is interesting, and it gives us a lot of toys and things, but we're still very close to who we were 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, like 10,000 years, actually, evolutionary speaking, would do nothing for us. Like, we're physically going to be mostly the same in 10,000 years. I don't think, Dave, that we're going to get to a one world government until we have to face some kind of disaster that would take all of us to fix, right? Like, it's not just going to happen.
My feeling is that we will not get to a one world government until there are multiple worlds.
Yeah, so that's sort of where I was going to. I agree.
Yeah.
That unless another species knocks on the door.
Yeah. Or humanity. AKA
or we discover someone else.
Colonize Mars or the belt, where it's like, okay, well, now you have governments and viewpoints that are not Earth. Could still be human, but
sure.
Sure,
but now we need them. It's the Mars colony versus the Earth and the Moon colony.
I think tribalism and the us versus them is just too baked into us.
Yeah, I agree.
I do not think you can. You talk about genetics. We at the start. Look at us looping back. This is all planned out. We have the grand design, Paul. I think that is genetic. That there is coded into us it's competition. It's the need to see your genetic, but it's like tribalism, the us versus them, the otherism. Like I think that's very hard to overcome, because I do think it is in a way coded into us.
Yeah, I think you and I are actually agreeing on this, because it is literally that is what I meant, that we needed to have a bigger other.
Yes. So it'd be the same thing. Yes, I agree. If there literally was an alien invader or an outside of our world threat or a global threat or something like that, something that everybody can agree, like, well, that's I can in a way make the Earth my tribe. Yeah, then you can.
Yeah. And I think you're right. I think you're probably more realistic in like a Dune scenario, or what's the one with the emperor that keeps living forever? Foundation.
Foundation, right?
Like, it's one of the, you're absolutely right. Like, because the others, you're right, could be other colonies of humans then, but it's like, well, now that I think you're right.
That we need, but I mean, it's also, like, there's very real, practical difficulties with a one world government or a one currency economy. Like, even in the country we both live in, Canada, like, the truth of the matter is, and I have friends who have doctorates in economics. I've talked about it. It's like, ideally, Canada or the United States, conversely, should have more than one currency. From a purely economic standpoint. So we'll throw Canada out there. 2010 to 2014, before oil collapsed, you have a situation where the energy sector, specifically Western Canada, very specifically Alberta, is booming like crazy, just making money hand over fist. The manufacturing sector, Eastern Canada, specifically Ontario, somewhat Quebec, is really struggling. The maritime economy is kind of middle of the ground. So what do you do with interest rates? If you lower interest rates, that's really good for Ontario and Quebec, but it's really, really bad for Western Canada, where they're doing really well. If you lower interest rates, it just makes inflation worse because they're
Right.
already,
Yep.
you know.
Yep.
But if you raise inflation rates to combat the inflation in the West, you're going to badly hurt Central Canada and in a way the Maritimes. So what do? Like, it's just geographically too large an area. I mean, there's a whole lot of practical considerations to have multiple
You
currencies in Canada,
lose
or
some of your discrete controls. Or
and the
or
same,
your
it's like what's economically good for the East Coast, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Georgia through down to Florida, might not be good for Texas, might not be good for California. The EU's having this problem now where it's like, well, what's working in Germany probably isn't good
Right.
policy for, Portugal, but we've decided to make so it's like, it just doesn't work. Like, to have a single global currency and like policies that affect all the globe is like, well, they just don't work because there's a whole bunch of different situations, drought, whatever, where it's like, yeah, what's working here ain't gonna work there. So you kind of need to have these different things give us control. Now, who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen in the future? But there's very real practical considerations where it's like, this is actually a really bad idea, and here's why.
That's why this is a great time to plug my new cryptocurrency,
Nice.
Toast to Toast Bits.
Toast. T-bits?
Here we go, T-Bits. Yeah, the cool kids.
Yeah.
T to T-Bits. Yeah, and it's a cryptocurrency, Dave. That's gonna solve it all. It's gonna solve all the problems.
It's all on the blockchain.
Yep.
Yeah, this new groundbreaking technology that definitely hasn't existed for what, 80s, maybe even 70s. Yeah.
Oh,
it's a drop.
We got the clock on the wall, Dave.
We got the clock, so it's time to play the new favorite Toast to Toast game.
Yeah, we're on. I'm 4-3-1.
You're 4-1, 3-1. Right. I don't even know. I probably should have written down. Okay. All right. Here's one, Paul. Tell me, is this a comment on your first video, Ken Ham Made Me an Atheist, or a 1-star review on Amazon of the 2005 film Constantine starring Keanu Reeves? A guy at work said this was so good and it needed to be seen. So damn boring.
Oh boy. Again, my video is short.
Everybody vote 1 for Ham.
By most standards. I feel like this is a Constantine. I feel like
I feel like your short video could have been considered.
Oh, it absolutely could have. But I also don't know why someone at his work. I mean, you're choosing. You are hand selecting the ambiguity. So, good on you. I'm going with Constantine.
You are correct. That is a 1-star review.
There you go.
Of Constantine. How could you call that movie boring? I don't know.
Right.
Man.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is also part of a greater dialogue on just you and mine. We're both people who actually really love that movie.
Indeed.
We have watched it together a number of times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I actually was referencing it earlier this week. I was looking. I needed footage of angels.
Let's all be fair, Michael Smith. Some of Paul's videos, I think even Paul would say some of his videos.
For
what?
We've
done a lot of videos. It's not fair to expect every one of them to be. You can't knock it out of the park every goddamn week.
Yeah.
It's a job. Sometimes, here's the truth of content creation. Sometimes you just make a thing because you got to make it.
No. But not even that. It's just
Paul doesn't care about any of this.
No, but I will say that, like,
I do.
For example, I've
Paul
had
hates babies.
I've had scholars on who very much deep dive into an area that is like, well, if you love that thing.
Yes.
I had a professor on who was talking about comparing how the resurrection affected Renaissance literature, for example.
Yes.
And like, I loved that stream, but if you're not into Renaissance literature, Well then.
There's lots of it's even I always feel a little bad. There's like long-term friends of the channel, people I know and think they're tremendous people, but it's like I watch some of the YouTube videos and it's just like I don't care. I don't care about any of this. And that's fair for it's true for any. I mean, I could watch a stream on like
Sure.
really depth mechanical engineering, and it's like I do not care about the stress of like this amount of carbon and steel versus this amount of carbon and steel. Like, it's fine. Just tell me you built a really big bridge. Right. So you can say that about anything, any expertise when you get to a certain point where it's like even multi, culture that we love, pop culture thing. Sometimes I'll listen to like a Quentin Tarantino or something who like gets off into like the really esoteric, like this is some Italian filmmaker of the 70s and this thing, and it's just like, dude, I don't care. Like talk about Bruce Lee. I'm not remotely interested in this Tibetan filmmaker's take on, Akira Kurosawa films. It's just like nobody cares about this. You and 5 other people on Earth, just hardcore cinephiles, care about this.
I will say, like so not the early ones. So when I started my YouTube channel, YouTube greatly rewarded videos that were like less than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And now YouTube greatly rewards videos that are like 4 hours long.
We were ahead of the curve, baby.
So I will say, yeah, for sure that, it's definitely, I get why sometimes doesn't, no matter how interesting the topic, once you get past 30 minutes, sometimes it's like, yeah, time to talk about something else. I get it.
I mean, I don't know why.
Not this show, no. This show.
Not this show. This show's amazing.
Show, we always leave wanting more.
Absolutely.
Every time.
Drew Harrison, tell us what do we have to do to entertain you right now? I'm not going to promise we'll do it, but we'll consider it. I'm also a fan.
So in other words, you look at current social behavior and it's not that much above caveman level.
Well, I think the veneer is very thin. I mean, I think there's.
So do I.
Yeah, the barbarism is less than a generation away. I really think that. I don't mean it's coming. That. I mean, under certain circumstances, it could be less than a generation away.
The Mad Max thing.
Yeah, yes, people, the roving bands of maniacs, I call them. The various roving bands of maniacs. There'll be all different kinds. There'll be the ones that got out of the insane asylums, the ones that got out of the prisons. Then there'll be my people, the Scotch-Irish, who'll be wandering across the land looking for things to drink, and your sister. They want to find your sister.
Your sister.
There'll be all manner of people running around.
The classic Joker v. Batman argument, Paul.
Yep.
We're all just one bad day away from
also, yeah, but his time frame was a little off because I feel like one generation has passed.
I actually feel like, so real speaking, I think we are less like, I think history backs me up on this, that given extreme enough circumstances, the society we live in is capable of anything to match the barbarism of any period in history.
For sure. I'm with you on that 1,000,000%. And I feel like
there's many stories of people, like even within the second half of the 20th and 21st century, of in usually war, which brings out like the extreme circumstances, but like dentists, doctor, like university educated people who are torturing people for information, like
I feel like the whole zombie, in the early aughts when zombie went crazy, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's just a play on that. We all recognize that, and yeah,
it does not take much to get even a very cultured, educated person to like killing somebody for food. And it's once you pull away, it's when you pull away civilization and the thing, right? When it's like, what will you do when your children can't eat? Well,
even
turns
that
out,
movie,
people will do damn near anything, right?
That show I was telling you about, Teacup, right? It's been one day passes, and they're already like, well, I could just throw that guy over the line, and who would know?
Yeah.
they're already like is one day in. Yeah, like exactly. It's yeah, yeah. I agree, but I also don't think. So I guess my point was, I feel like a generation has passed. I don't know how much you consider a generation to be, but from when George Carlin interviewed this interview in '99
Yeah.
to now, I feel like that's one. It's got to be one generation. 25 years. Do we consider?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
call that a
So
generation.
so he was a little bit off. We're not quite
Well,
Mad Maxing.
but I'm saying I don't think that's what he was saying.
Oh, I
When he
thought he
was
said we
saying
were one
we're
generation.
one
Oh,
generation
you
removed
mean
from
you
barbarism.
mean
Yeah.
it would happen within one generation given the
He is
proper
saying
circumstances.
we're on the cusp that it's like you could within one generation
Oh, I
in the
agree with
right
that.
circumstance we
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
fully barbarous. Like that we are somehow above or beyond this.
Yeah.
It's like no. I'm misconstruing, but
No,
I
no,
think
I
that
yeah,
was his point. That we're like
that actually makes more sense than
yeah, the veneer of civilization is actually very thin. And if you pull
I
it
agree.
away,
Yeah.
yeah, we are no different than, Viking
We
raiders
have
or
one nuclear war or one zombie
yeah,
apocalypse or one rapture or who knows whatever the thing would be.
one COVID that ends up going
Sure,
15 years.
right? Yeah, actually,
Too,
you're not
right?
wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Toilet paper wars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I
could
did not hear
happen.
about that.
Yeah.
And I do not know what hanging with Dr. Z is, so no, that wasn't a reference to that, Scotty Orange. I'm sorry.
Incidentally, let me just move you a little bit. You're in Las Vegas right now.
Yes, sir.
I've lived in and around Las Vegas for the last, 15 years.
Right.
It has really changed. Every time somebody gets a bug, they blow up a building and put up a new one.
Yes.
What do you think of Las Vegas now?
That is funny because I was just in Vegas recently.
We're in Vegas, yeah.
And the same is true. Every time I go, it's like, well, that hotel wasn't here last time I was here.
Last time
they're
I went to
still
Vegas a while ago, Tropicana was still there. I don't think it's there now.
well, and like I actually deliberately went into the Flamingo this time because I'm like, they're like, yep, the Flamingo's like going to be torn down anytime. Yeah, no, that hasn't changed. 25 years later, they're still every time
ever
someone
been to
sneezes.
Mega Mart in Area 52
I've
in
not.
Vegas?
No.
Well, I'm kind of separate from this culture here. The one good thing, and I'll get back to your.
Oh, because yeah, he said he was performing at Bally's, right?
Yeah,
His
he's at
Bally's
Bally's
isn't
right
even. Yeah, it's gone.
But I mean, this was what, 99, 98?
Right. No, but I hadn't even thought about it. Like, I hadn't even clued in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was playing Vegas, Bally's.
Yeah.
That's not
Which
even
was a
there.
big place in the 90s. Like Bally's
Yep.
was a big, yeah.
Yep. Now you'd play at the Sphere.
The basic part of your question. The one good thing these days here is that there are really a lot of first-class restaurants now. There might be 20 to 30 restaurants where you can really count on the food. But this is what it shows itself to be. I work in theaters primarily. I do about 100 or 120 theaters and concert halls a year. Most of them are about 2,500 seaters, and that is my general career along with my HBO shows. And I come here about 10 or 12 weeks a year to give a little rest to those markets that I'm usually going to Seattle and Miami and Pittsburgh. And you have to rest them a little bit. You can't be going back every year. So I get down, I can earn a little money here, and I can stay in one place for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. I don't have to pack every day. I can write. I can Yeah. So that's my reason for being here. But and that's the only reason I can tolerate it, because it does something for me. It's tit for tat. I'm not a schmoozer. I'm not a hangout guy. I never hung out with show business people. I don't know many of them. I don't have a lot of industry friends. I have a small circle of friends. Most of them are unrelated to show business. So here I'm a kind of alien. There's a topic for us.
Yeah.
I'm a kind of alien, and I...
Do you find you withdraw more and more and more?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's a function of age or intellect. All of our intellect, it is to be hoped, sharpen a little bit with age, and we get our perceptions a little clearer and what it is we need from the world clearer. But in my case, I can say it's happened that way. And I find that I'm in love now with a woman. I'm engaged to a woman, Sally, who Well, let me put it this way. Let me bring you back just a few years. I had a wonderful marriage with my wife Brenda for 35, 36 years. We were together about 37 years, and Brenda died about 2 years ago, and now I've fallen.
Should I jump ahead? Are we in too much in the weeds on this? Are we good?
It's like we're getting a little more actual talk from George Carlin, less shtick, I feel like, and more
All right.
real. What do you feel?
I
mean, I also don't know how much longer.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll give it like a couple minutes. But yeah, I'm more interested in, because I know he does talk about a number of the kind of things that Art Bell often talks about eventually.
Ooh.
So, or at least that's
free
been
to skip ahead.
advertised as the so.
As they say.
Well, let me I'm going to go ahead a minute.
You're gonna go ahead a minute.
Genuine compliment.
You can.
And an artificial one.
Still,
Yes.
There is a big price to pay
Sure.
for being famous, isn't there?
There is. And then at the same time, may I point out, because I'm a pretty positive, with all that stuff I said about disasters and the end of the world.
Well, hold on to the positive part. We'll get to that right after the break. Once again, here is George Carlin. Actually, I've always read disaster books, gone to disaster movies.
Was that?
Is that the THX sound?
Yes. It's not quite the CHX sound.
If you hadn't talked so much, Paul, we could have kept the weeds and all of it. We would have heard the whole interview, but you just wouldn't stop super chatting. And
it's true.
Mm-hmm.
I that's on me.
That is on you. Yeah.
And I think most people, even though they don't admit it, are just like George. The bigger the disaster, the better.
You know it.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people are like that. They don't admit it.
No, there are a lot of things like that they don't admit, but I understand that. They think they have to live up to something.
Anyway, you do have some positive outlook about something, right?
Now, you're right, but I can't remember what I was segueing from. What was the last negative thing we were on the reason I said it was a positive thought? But because I can make something up.
If you've lost it, it couldn't have been too profound.
Well, it was a profound connection, but I lost the connection. I think.
Well, we'll see if we can get back to it. I note on your HBO specials that you do a lot of politics.
Well, I call them social issues rather than, because politics to me means Democrat, Republican, and I don't do much of that.
No.
I don't do a lot of topical stuff, but I do things that are timely, race and love and war and hate and those kind of things. But it's not partisan. I don't talk about, specific people.
Speaking of war, there's a big headline today that the U.S. Army, two of our divisions, and we only have 10, are not prepared should there be a war.
Well, good. It'll be more fun. I just wish I could think of that connection. Damn, I'm mad at myself.
Well, that's right. It'll come back to you.
Yeah, but
in the meantime, there's plenty of negative things we can cover.
Absolutely. But I think, let me just try and make a pass at the positive thing, because I wanted to say this much. I don't believe very much in groups. I don't like what I call the clotting of human beings.
Yeah.
I really love individuals. As I meet them one at a time, even a kind of an inane person or someone who's kind of goofy or is even kind of bad news, there's something interesting. Like a guy who just raped his dog is at least interesting. You look in his eyes and you kind of see something.
YouTube, he said something else. He just said...
what? He said he likes playing video games on
he
the
fed
Twitch.
grapes to his dog, which you shouldn't do, but he fed grapes to his dog. That's what happened. You shouldn't do that, but yeah.
Is that true? You shouldn't feed grapes to dogs?
That's true, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I do chocolate. I didn't know the grapes thing.
Well, it's less terrible, but yeah, it's also on the maybe don't do that a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't grape your dog like George is talking about here.
There you go.
But it's the groups. It's when they begin to surrender the beauty of the human individual mind to a group mind and group thought. Suddenly they start having little hats and little sayings and passwords, and they have a list of things they're going to do, and they have fight songs and team jackets and things. And I think they lose the beauty of individual humanity, which I believe in. I think we're a magnificent species.
Are you not, though, somewhat in contradiction with yourself, though? Because you earlier said that until we erase the borders,
Yes.
the nationalism, all the rest of it, well, once you've done all that, you've got a bunch of people that are holding hands.
This is Art at his journalistic best, calling somebody out for being inconsistent.
Well, so here's the thing: like, Art actually legitimately was a
he
really
was.
good
I know.
interviewer.
This is great. This is great.
So, you know, yeah.
He's not letting famous George Carlin go. You know, it's like, wait, you just contradicted yourself, man. I love it.
And, you know, talking about love, and that's it.
Well, maybe not, man. Maybe we're destined to do that. I mean, I can't sketch out the exact outcome that I would like. What I would love to see is that we get beyond these things that limit the human mind now. I think we put restrictions on ourselves with these boundaries, not just political boundaries, but intellectual boundaries. I would love to see a completely anarchistic human race where everybody really gets to pursue everything they would like to. I don't know how that would ever work. We might need 10 million years. I don't think it's in the cards. I think we're a cursed species. I think we're a chemical accident, and I don't think there's any hope for us. The other thing, the other part of me is just a wish.
Way to bring the positive, George. Good job.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Part.
you know,
That's just
what do you think?
We're all chemical accidents, and there's no hope for us, which I actually also adhere to. But, you know.
Oh, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be great? I don't believe it really can happen.
A chemical accident. We crawled, in other words, way back when, out of some mud puddle or the ocean to become what we are now.
Some catalytic agent took the ingredients and put them together, and it's probably happened in a million or 10 million or 10 billion other places in the universe. And it's all just an accident. The interesting thing.
Well, but if man evolved from monkeys and apes,
Yes.
then why do we still have monkeys and apes?
You see, you got the good questions, Art, and I got the bad answers.
I feel like that's. I think it's Art knowing that's a terrible question.
Yeah, he's joking around here. But we'll see. He's about to say something.
He's pulling a leg. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that really is a good question. If it was if things evolved.
But they evolved to the left and to the right, not always in a straight line. I mean, there are branches. Obviously, there are, 400 different, I don't know how many species of mammals, and they all came after 400. The reptiles.
At least 400.
Yeah. Yeah. I also don't know, but I'm pretty sure there's like at least 405 species of mammals. Yeah.
Were destroyed by this presumed comet or asteroid. 65.
I think there's that many species of bats, frankly.
Yeah.
Years ago, the ferret, there was something like a ferret-like animal, I believe, was about the largest mammal, and then we've arisen since from that point out into separate directions, left and right and forward. But some of these species hit a dead end, and some don't. Some of them are viable. The chimpanzee, the ape, the great apes are viable, but there aren't many primates.
That's true. I'll tell you something you can think about, disaster-wise.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good one. A lot of scientists now, Israeli scientists, really bright guys, think that it was not a big bolide that killed off all the dinosaurs. They think that the sun went through a cyclical time and through this immense radiation suddenly, and we now know stars do that. Every now and then, what is a stable star will throw this immense radiation. And
which is the plot of my film. Solar flares. Boring.
Virtually sterilized every living thing on the planet.
Well, does that explain the iridium level? Because that's the.
It might.
Yeah. Well, I haven't read that at all. I'd love to.
It does not. No, it would not explain the KT boundary. No.
Yeah.
Well, it could happen, and then in the blink of an eye, I mean, literally, instantly, all life would cease.
Yeah.
Microbial life, everything.
Would this allow for
in a way that it's like that is in fact a scientific possibility? I don't.
Right. It's we've not actually seen any solar flares, near that big.
And yes, see, like that's the thing. We've never seen any evidence of that in our solar system that I know of. again, I'm not an expert. Paul's not an expert. We don't claim to be experts. But we have observed that happening in other solar systems. We've seen stars just kind of like go nuts. Essentially.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
right,
fuck.
yeah.
All of a
But
sudden
at
this
that
thing
point,
just,
But here's the thing: I don't think we've seen any that would like selectively kill life, right? It's not like it's a life version of an EMP where it's like emitting
no.
even radiation.
It's just like a star suddenly flares significantly more energy, radiation, like everything, like it's just like woof, like not unlike a thing where it's like a giant solar flare, but like even beyond what is in that comic, like it's like no, this star just all of a sudden like blah, and it kind of
but I feel like those actually some of those actually like literally will destroy the world as opposed to just I just erased the life off of it,
or knock it into a farther orbit,
right? Or knock it like right, exactly. That comes with a physical, an orbital problem as well. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
A good fossil record to be left, because I don't know how the fossil record that we have matches that scenario as well as it might match the one.
Well, we might be future fuel.
Well,
whether we'd be anything more than that, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Fertilizer.
Listen, put me down for that one too, okay? Something. I don't mind. Whatever it is, if it destroys a lot of life, I'm a happy guy.
Well, look, there are a lot of environmental things going on right now that have that potential. I mean, the Antarctic is melting, the ice, the seas would go up 20 feet.
Yeah, I forget if it's the eastern or the western ice shelf or whatever that might break off. If it does,
that's right.
It's wonderful because you have all new beachfront property.
About here, actually.
That's not bad.
Well,
no, I just think it's stimulating to entertain these possibilities, and I really don't understand people who run around wringing their hands and saying, "Oh, wouldn't it be awful? Oh, this is terrible." I think, hey, you're here for the ride. This is an adventure. Yeah, I call it my entertainment. The file in my computer on all of this stuff is called my entertainment. Philosophers have said for I don't know, millennia, they've said, "Why are we here?" And I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here for the show. I want to see a good show while I'm here. And if it includes giving my life for the sake of entertainment, I'll go. I'll go. This is it's such a short-term deal.
Well, then you're about to be really happy, a happy camper, because I think between now and the spring of 2000, a lot of stuff is going to come down.
All right. Now let me ask you to clarify, but first let me tell you what I'm wondering myself. Because you're probably, and I'm sure you are, better informed on this issue than I.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I have a smattering of information and speculation from people who have agendas, my feeling is that probably a lot of the larger major systems, at least in this country, have been that the correction will take, or they will have fairly simple corrections to come down the line. But I think there would be a lot of random. Like the sewers will back up in one place, and the power will go out in another place, and this will overflow there, and that will go out here, and there will be randomized checkerboard patterns.
That's right.
And therefore somewhat chaotic, but maybe containable. I'm just wondering where that line is after which it really begins to send us back 100 years.
Well, I'll tell you where. If it would happen. Now, I don't know that it's going to, but we do know that there are hundreds of thousands of embedded chips. Now, that's not software.
Yeah, I know.
Embedded chips in power companies across America.
Right.
If the power were to...
I mean, it's kind of software.
It's kind of soft. Well, it's firmware.
It's firmware.
Go off.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks or a month.
Right.
Then, at some point, irreversible things would begin to happen.
Well, sure, yeah.
See, you're using that word irreversible. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. To quote Inigo Montoya. Yeah, you keep using that word. Irreversible means that's a lot.
Yeah,
just
that's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
The power going off even for a month is reversible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll take a really long time to reverse it. Maybe it'll be a really big deal, but we went from no power to power at one point. We can do it again.
Embedded. Now, I understand the idea because there are embedded chips in cars and coffee makers, et cetera, et cetera. You're talking about major systems.
Yeah, switching systems, power company things.
Now, the power companies have obviously done what they can about those non-embedded portions of the program.
That's correct. Yeah, sure.
But you're saying that they're...
And you know what? They're also very much aware of the chips.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Or were. Yeah. It's not like this was a mystery to them.
Yeah, those of us
shit,
who were...
I didn't know that this had a chip in it. That Hey, Paul, you know what time it is?
I see by the clock on the wall that it is.
Clock at time. It's time for you to tell me if the statement I'm about to read is a 1-star Amazon review of the 2005 film Constantine, starring Keanu Reeves.
All right.
Or is this a YouTube comment from your very first video, the very first video you ever put on your main channel, Ken Ham Made Me an Atheist, where you explain the frankly boring set of circumstances that brought you where you are. All right, Correct. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Let's see. Which one are we gonna do here? Here's a good one. You ready? I will read it exactly as written. This is the entire comment.
Okay.
Dinosaurs went extinct 65 million year. That is the beginning and end of that statement.
Well, you know,
Is
Dave,
that, Paul?
I feel like
a comment.
That's
on
a bit of a. I feel like that's a layup. Maybe I should think about the double bluff on this one too. But there's no dinosaurs in Constantine unless I'm drastically misremembering the film. So I'm going to go with Paulogia video.
Crazy people out there, you know. You just
there are, but I'm going to go with Paulogia video.
That is, in fact, a comment on the video. Ken Ham made me an atheist.
But worth sharing.
Yeah.
I'm uncertain.
Did you know, Paul, dinosaur went extinct 65 million year? Reading that comment, I was trying to figure out, is this person for or against your video?
I don't know.
There's no punctuation. There's no question mark. There's no period. There's no exclamation mark. I don't know. I don't know this individual's feelings about this statement. Are they mad? Do they agree, disagree? Are they just wanted to make sure the world knows dinosaur went extinct 65 million year?
That's funny.
Yeah.
So Dave, I need to just take a quick break.
You need to take a little bio break?
I do. Are you good? Should I put on? This might be one of the days where putting on the show may not be a bad thing.
I think you should.
So are you just going to riff and listen?
Yeah, let's just listen.
All right, and you can talk over it if you feel like it.
Okay.
Not telling us that there's a lot of stuff they just have to cross their fingers on.
Well, we know there is, and they know it too.
That's why they're buying generators.
Well,
listen to the.
We got clickies. I'll fix the clickies. I'll fix the clickies before I go.
Before you go.
Yep. Because that's unacceptable.
See, here's the conundrum, Paul. I also have to go for a bio break.
It's got a paradox.
This is a damn paradox.
I don't know what kind of paradox it would be. What's that?
Why don't I go quick for break?
Do you also need to?
Yeah,
okay.
I also.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah.
And then
you can go first, and then
and then we'll tag off.
Yep.
Tag. Okay. Be right back.
Nice generator here, and I didn't get worried until my power company came out and came in and said, "Listen, would you tell us? Can we take a look at your generator system? We have a lot of customers asking about it." I said, "Sure." I said, "Let's trade a little bit of information. You tell me what kind of state you really think we're in. I want the real bottom line."
Right.
And what they told me was, well, we are prepared to leave the grid if we have to. If we see things going south, we will disconnect from the grid and provide local power for, I think he said, up to 6 weeks.
Wow.
And all power companies are bound. They sign something that swears they'll stay on the grid. But all the power companies really, they're going to take care of their local customers if things begin to go south.
Right.
Now, one little power company in Idaho went down a few years ago, and the whole western third of the U.S. and Canada and Mexico, they all went off.
Yeah.
So if one little power company can do that, what's going to happen if 10% of them fail?
Yeah. It's nice to consider. And I'm not even prepared, Art. You know, I have a few cans of spaghetti. We have a couple of books of matches, and we feel we're going to be okay. But I'm along for the ride, and if I die, hey, it's okay with me as long as things get really messed up. I just like the idea that I can turn. Well, maybe I can't turn on the news. I guess I got one of those wind-up radios you have.
Yeah.
And I can listen to that, and I can hear how bad it is. I don't care, Art. You see, I'm just a person who doesn't care about these things. I really don't care. I know that when things like an earthquake, like I say, when the amusement park ride is out of your control, you have to just hold on and enjoy the ride. And I know that is a possibility, as you say, between now and the spring. I'm just hoping that a lot of overseas, a lot of other countries get really chaotic.
They're going to get hammered.
Yeah.
Hey, are you gonna? Is it time for a break?
Yep.
For you.
Yep.
All right. And then we'll read the super chat, and then we'll go on when you get back.
Yep.
I had a guy who called me who said that he's looking around at everything that's happening on Earth right now, environmentally, in every other way you can imagine, socially, of kids killing kids, all the rest of it. And he's saying, Mother Earth is mad, and she's going to do something. And I said, no. Mother Earth doesn't get mad; she gets even, and that's what I think. I think if things get out of balance, that there'll be a return to balance, and that return to balance might mean a 25.
Yeah.
Right?
This time very much.
Like, you say a 25 and we don't get to enjoy it. Maybe something like a 12. Where we can enjoy it.
Well, I just wrote out a 7 here a few weeks ago, and I don't care to do that at all. It was horrible.
How far is
Pahrump? The hell out of me.
How far is Pahrump from Las Vegas?
65 miles west.
I didn't realize it was that far.
I can look to the east, and the entire sky is lit up with the glow of all the lights from Las Vegas.
Yeah, the light dome.
Yep.
Well, I'm over here under the light dome, Art, and I can see Jupiter. At least I can see Jupiter. That's my favorite object in the sky.
Well, you get 65 miles away from that city, and you will see stars. You'll see the Milky Way from one side all the way to the other side of the horizon.
Well, I drive home from here every time I leave here, and I leave here 4 or 5 times a year, and I drive back to Los Angeles, and I always stop a couple of times out in the middle of everywhere and take a good look. I do know about the names of about 65 stars. I have to be up to snuff on them. Sometimes I get a little rusty, and I probably drop down to 40 or so. But I love the sky. I call it my backyard. I think of it as something unchanging, that I can find it from Cleveland, I can find it from Manila, and it's regular and predictable, and I know my stars and I know my constellations. So I love it, and I know what you mean when you refer to that.
Did we miss a comment that we should have been making?
Well, I mean, there's a super chat from Scotty Orange.
Oh yes. Well, we can make for sure we do those. We have that. What is your favorite George Carlin quote? Favorite George Carlin quote.
Mine is the planet is fine, the people are fucked. It's the old. Every time everybody's like, well, it's the end of the world. It's like, it's not the end of the world. It might be the end of humans, but the world's going to be fine. The world's going to carry right on. It's,
yeah.
We've had mass extinction events before.
Did anyone in the chat give any of their favorites?
Let me go through here and see. You don't need an active conspiracy when interests converge. They don't need to hold a meeting. They know what's good for them. There you go. From Drew Harrison. Favorite Carlin quote: 65% of people believe in angels. What? Are you fucking stupid? Paul's channel would get a strike. I don't think you get strikes from
from the chats. No, not from the chat comments.
Say whatever filthy thing you want in the chat. Think how stupid the average person is, then realize that half of them are dumber than that.
That's a good one. That is a very good one.
Very George Carlin quote. Yeah.
I didn't realize this was actually attributed to George, but never argue with an idiot. They will only bring you down to their level and beat you with experience.
There you go.
That's a good one.
Hey, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
We've got a super chat from David Glines.
We do have a right. It's right here.
It's right there. I'm the guy who super chatted a few months back when my wife was in labor. Send a big welcome to baby Mel Zoll Glines. Well, you know what, Paul? For baby Mel Zoll, I'm gonna.
That's right. We need to toast. You know, and now we've refreshed everything, so we can get right back to the drinking.
Yep, absolutely.
Mel Zoll, well done. I'm
David,
wondering if that's Melanie Zoll,
Melanie Zoll,
or perhaps
Glines.
Melvin Zoll, or Melanie Zoll. I'm not sure.
Whichever way.
Yep, perfect.
Cheers. Hope everybody's happy, healthy. We'll let Paul pour a little something, something.
Yep. Well, we'll toast here. We go. Cheers to Mel
Cheers,
Zoll.
Mel. So I'm a little sad, Paul. So I'm looking here at my desk. I bought a 6-pack of beer.
Yep.
Thinking, well, then I'll have beer for the weekend.
Yeah.
No, I have 6 empty cans here beside me. Just gonna line them up. Yeah. And I mean, one of them is in this glass right here, but
there you go. I'm sorry that your weekend will require you to head back out.
I mean, I might just not drink any more beer this weekend.
What?
It's the truth of the matter is, I don't really drink when I'm I drink socially. Obviously, I drink heavily when I'm in the thing, but if I'm just alone having supper or I don't really drink when I'm not with other people, which is probably a good thing because I drink more than enough when I do.
Yeah, I occasionally, for me, it's rare to drink alone at this point, although I used to every day. So
yeah. I'll even sometimes think I should drink more wine. It's got a lot of antioxidant stuff. Maybe have a glass of wine with supper or something, would be a good thing. Or occasionally I'll have not most days I don't, but sometimes I'll have okay, I'll make an old fashioned or something after dinner or go. But generally speaking, just I don't drink, but then when my friends, when I do drink,
that's correct.
I don't go.
This is how I feel as well. If I do it less frequently, I can make it a big thing.
Yeah.
Yep. So
yeah.
Although this toast nights are one of those nights. So
yeah. There you go. Toast
nights. And Hammy New Year leaves.
Yeah.
Hammy New Year is so bad it leaves a mark. We have to catch it, and I gotta do a week.
Well, I mean that's a whole other thing. I spend my New Year's enjoying the company of people that I like. You go a different.
But here's the problem.
It's not your actual New Year's.
It's not our actual New Year. We do that the day after that.
Yeah, because then New Year's you have already been at a New Year's party somewhere with people that you enjoy spending time with.
That's correct. Yeah, and possibly even done the levy, which is a thing here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But then
you're right. So we do that on top of the other party we've already been doing. So it's
you're giving your liver another workout. It's like training legs, and then I'm going to train legs the next day. It's like everybody would say, "No, that's a stupid idea. What are you doing? You need to rest." But nope, not Paul.
Yeah, no. So Shannon and I often when Hammy New Year is done, it's kind of we're gonna maybe for a week we can just water. We're good.
Fine. I have the one for me. So every week, every year, myself and the same group of friends will go up to a cabin up north on a lake, a beautiful cabin on a beautiful lake for a week. Same cabin every year. But basically, like there's board games, there's lots of good food, we watch movies, go in the lake, enjoy. Last year I got lots of nice pictures of the Northern Lights, some of which I sent to you. It's but also drinking features very prominently, like literally every day. I wake up and I start having coffee with Bailey's, and I just keep drinking through the day till like well after midnight, then go to bed, and then rinse and repeat the next day. And then after that week, it's like, okay, yeah, no. Now we're maybe good for like a month. I need to let's the old liver rest it up.
It's funny. Love it. That was the other thing shocking to Shannon. I took her to Vegas and she'd never gone, but she'd never been before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
part of the appeal. Is it?
Yeah.
We're trying to go before the change of guard, as they say over there, happening soon, and and so yeah, the whole shock of like you can just drink. Do you want to? They have margaritas, frozen margaritas on tap here at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
if that's what you want.
That's what you want. Yeah.
And
Things
sometimes
that you would consider.
yeah, just the ready access to it 24, and that you can wander around the strip.
Yeah, that's the
with
thing
open
that
alcohol.
was really hard for me to get my head around, is like that you can just walk around like just drinking out in the street.
Yep.
Which I've never been to New Orleans, but I hear it's the same
Yep.
there. I would love to go to New Orleans. Not so much for I don't want to go to like Mardi Gras. I would just like to go to New Orleans for the history and I love jazz. I love a lot of like the music.
You love crawfish.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. Cajun food, crawfish.
Yep.
I love all of it. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Have you ever seen anything in that great sky that you cannot explain?
No, I'm a little disappointed in what we'll call the world of the paranormal or the extra normal or whatever is a proper way to phrase it. I kind of root for and I wish for a sighting, a visitation, an experience of a ghost or an afterlife or a previous life or something. I've never had any of them. I have a fairly good intellect, and I'm very open to these things. I have my skepticism.
Super chat from Scotty Orange.
Yeah. Yes.
$5. Thank you so much, Scotty. Appreciate you. Quick follow up on your homework from last stream. Did you guys check out? No, Wellington Paranormal. I totally forgot. Oh, did you? You did?
I got you back, Scotty. Yes, and it's fucking awesome. Yeah.
Oh, I need to. So as per our previous discussion, I'm not always, in the best. I should send myself a text or something. Anyway, so it was good.
It's really good. It has the actual people from the What We Do in the Shadows movie. The cops.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. It's really good. It's really good.
All right.
Highly recommend.
Is it streaming somewhere?
No. I'm just gonna say I had a bit of an eye patch and a hook hand when I watched it.
Fair enough.
Probably streaming somewhere.
Well, no, not always. Like that is the problem with the streaming world now, right? Like what was the movie that we were just talking about that we?
That's true. The Core.
The Core, right?
Where it's like it's not actually streaming anywhere, and it's like, well, I'm not going to pay $5 for this. Okay, so apparently, Wellington Paranormal is on Amazon Prime. Is part of their like if you have the premium subscription.
Oh, okay.
Amazon Prime, you can watch Wellington Paranormal.
Okay, well,
I'm Crave.
Both? That's weird.
I don't know.
That means to me that it's on Crave, and because Amazon is like this umbrella thing where you can get a Crave subscription via Amazon.
I just clicked into my Amazon because I have Prime.
Yeah.
And it's watch with your Crave. Yeah. So you can get your subscription through Amazon. But yes, it was on Crave is what it's on.
Yeah, it's on Crave. And for those who don't know, Crave is
a distinctly Canadian thing, right?
It is only Canada. It's essentially HBO Max though.
Yeah.
Like it's almost a 1-for-1 of HBO
I watched
Max.
all of what was the Bill Hader where he's
where he was the actor who commits murders.
With the fawns and stuff. I loved that show. It was so good. Barry is what it was. Yeah.
With Henry Winkler. Yeah, I'm sure he would love that's how he wants to hear it.
Yeah. He probably would.
Actually, he probably wouldn't mind.
Yeah. From everything I've learned and seen about Henry Winkler, he seems like a pretty chill dude.
Timothy Harmon super chat says the core is streaming on 14 channels.
Channels? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't help us. The channels, and also we were looking up Canada things, so it's possible that in the States that it's on 14 services, I guess.
I have yeah.
But when it's,
you know what, I don't even want to talk about it on this channel here, but I have a thing that I'm doing that I will talk to you about later, Paul. That I'm
okay, awesome.
Yes,
love it. Thank you though, Timothy Harmon. Even though you gave no details whatsoever, you've let us know.
That means nothing to me. Those are just random words. I get the
well,
core,
no, and I appreciate it. So, Timothy, maybe you can follow up with some hits in the free chats.
What the fuck is 14 channels? I don't know what that is. Moving on.
I assume he means streaming services as well.
Skepticism. I have that part. I do respect science.
You know what, that's what you assume.
It makes
an educated guess based on limited information.
Repeatable scientific experiments.
Are you really open to these things, though, or are you more of a control freak?
I'd have to say
this one.
Little channels, yeah. Yes, smarten up. We burned the White House once, Timothy.
We'll do it again.
Do it again.
Yep.
Do not test us. I'm just gonna say Canada is one of the reasons the Geneva War conventions were invented. Just don't push us.
Wellington. So yeah, they're affirming that it's on Max in the US. Yeah, that's been. It seems like anytime anything's on HBO Max, it's on Crave here. That's pretty much the 1-to-1. The one thing that Canada has that the States doesn't yet have, but I think it's coming. Our Disney Plus has all the good shows. It has, because it has all the
how much corporations can give to politicians. Sorry,
you and I are having separate conversations. Apparently, I don't know.
These are things that Canada has that the U.S. doesn't.
I see. I meant streaming wise.
Oh yeah, no, that too. Yeah.
Streaming wise, our Disney Plus has been awesome forever. The whole time we've had all of the R-rated movies. We've had all of the things. Like everything Disney has, be it Hulu or Fox or whatever, it's just been on our Disney Plus the whole time. Whereas in the States, you get Disney Plus, which has only the nice things, or it used to be, and then you had to subscribe to Hulu and other things to get the naughty bits. Our kids can take it though.
I don't know the answer to that.
In other words, if something happened, are you more likely to mentally reject it or embrace it?
Oh, no, I would be open to it. At least that's my opinion as standing here now. I can't tell you what would happen under a given circumstance, but my feeling is that my knowledge of myself is such that I feel I would say, oh, please, come on down here. Let's talk. Can I have a shirt like that? Let me have one of those funny hats. I mean, I'm being a little flip here, but I know that I am open and willing to experience some of this because I think there is so much unexplained and so much potential beyond this limited human experience and this spectrum that we can perceive, this limited visual spectrum and audio spectrum that we perceive. I think there's just much more.
Is that not, Paul, the fundamental tragedy at the heart of like your and mine and so many people's experience, where we wish you and I are both people who we enjoy a good sci-fi. We like fantasy. We want Lord of the Rings. All these things.
Yep.
I wish that there was something greater, a bigger story. We want these things to be true. We yearn for these things to be true. We cling to them. We'll watch Dune. We'll watch, whatever, X-Files. Because we want to believe, we want this to be true, but it just, it's just not there. It's just
Yeah.
not the truth.
And
Right?
I get accused of this every day, dozens of
Yeah.
times, where it's like, you just don't want to believe. I'm like, you are so wrong. I will be so
Yeah.
excited to switch. I'm going to be the most enthusiastic switcher that's ever
Yeah.
been.
Because I've seen you talk about in senior chat where it's like people be like, well, if there was evidence, would you change it? It's like, I fucking know for a fact if an angel showed up above St. Peter's Square and trumpeted something, like Paul would be right there. I'd be there. I
Yep.
want to believe. I wish there was something beyond this reality I could cling on to, because I would love to believe there's something beyond oblivion.
Yeah.
That sucks. It's not good. I want something
Right.
better, right? I
Yes.
wish there was intelligent life out there that was like, oh, hey, by the way, here's how you can travel faster than light and see all this cool shit and do all these things. But that is not the reality that we live in.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
mhm.
It doesn't seem like I should be, that I'm the idiot for proportioning my belief to the level of evidence we have. Like, does
It
that
wouldn't
why?
even take that much. It wouldn't take
No,
that
it
much to
wouldn't.
get you and I to be
No.
like full-throated.
Oh, yeah,
we're
yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
We'll be front and center in the revolution. Just give us something.
We're like
Anything
in
concrete.
Independence Day when there's the people on the roof with the signs. Yeah, that'll be us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting blown
Right?
up first because we're
It's signs. We'll be the ones dancing. Like
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I had to watch Signs again this week too. So
I like Signs.
it actually holds up pretty well.
Yeah. Like, for what it is, I think it's definitely one of the top 3 Chalamet movies. And there's some really good performances in it that elevate it in my mind. But
If you're
for
saying
what he's trying to do and what he achieves, I think it's a very good movie.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what would knock it out of the top 3. I'm not sure anything would knock it out of the top 3. Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Like, there's Sixth Sense, Signs.
So I liked
and
I really liked
Unbreakable,
Unbreakable
Time
and
Miner.
Glass and Split. Are you considering those separate
I
things?
consider them separate. All of those, well, Unbreakable I didn't. Glass and Split I would rank below Signs.
For sure. Yeah, you're right. But
Like, they're
yeah.
fine. They're good movies, but
Yeah.
and then everything else is not worth talking about.
True enough.
Did you see the last one he did with like the serial killer? Oh, frick, what was it called? It's mostly to promote his daughter's music career. It just came out like last year. It's so stupid. It's like, this guy they show it's like, well, look how smart and clever he is. It's only because everybody else is so fucking stupid all of the time around him. Oh my god.
Was it called Trap?
Trap, that's the one. Yes. Do not watch that movie. You'll be angry. You will just angry.
But why didn't I? Because I usually give him a chance every time.
Why?
Interesting.
Okay.
No, I didn't. So I'm not gonna now. Now that you say so, I won't. But
yeah, it's like he's a serial killer, and he's a serial killer. Like, it shows it right at the start, and he takes his daughter to this concert where the singer is M. Night Shyamalan's daughter, who's singing her. So a lot of the movie is her singing her songs, and the FBI is there, Paul. They have it locked down because they know this serial killer is going to be at this concert for reasons, so the movie can happen.
Gotcha.
And he keeps outsmarting them, but he only keeps outsmarting them because they do the stupidest things. And like,
you're making me, but the trouble is you're making me want to watch it.
Well, then there you go.
Yeah, that's on me. I feel like that's an on me thing. Did you see Cabin in the Woods with my friend Dave Bautista?
I did. I actually like that movie.
Yeah, that one's good.
Yeah, that one was good. That I take it back. That was a good Showman movie. I can see people. that's one where people do reviews and be like, well, this is like suicide. It's like, you don't get it. Like this movie isn't supposed to be it's largely an elaborate metaphor. It's
Yeah.
right. Like it's yeah, which Signs in some ways is like that too to me, right? Where it's like,
Oh, for sure.
this isn't a movie to poke holes in the logic of like, why would aliens come here and get water? There's water all over. It's like, that's not the point of this movie. This movie is about losing faith, finding faith, these persons' things, whether or not you believe it and go, but that's what the movie's about.
No, I'm actually having rewatched Signs now this week for my Mel Gibson thing. I haven't watched it since I left Faith, right?
Right.
And it rings different now, and I actually feel like it's not actually in a way it's condemning the people who don't have faith, but in a way it's not. It's like it is very much a film is like,
but that's in my mind, it even like the Genius movie is that it is ambiguous, where it's like, you could take it this way, you could take it that way, much like a lot of Faith. And I think that is what the actual message of the movie is. Right. Like, so that's why I'm like, this is a really good, like, it's a really well told movie, because he's, I think it conveys its message well. But no, if you sit there and poke holes in the logic of what these aliens are doing, it's like, well, no, that's
right.
That's not the point of the movie. It's not. Yeah. Anyways,
Paul, it is trivia time.
It is trivia time. I'm getting tired of this game.
Okay, well, we can be done. This will be the last one.
I'm going to bang a couple out. Okay, or last one. Okay. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Paul, tell me, is this the comment on Ken Ham Made Me an Atheist, or is this a 1-star Amazon review of the Keanu Reeves movie Constantine from 2005? Alien abductions are demonic in nature and can be stopped by asking Jesus to stop it. There are multiple stories on this. Demons come in many disguises, as they are the master deceivers. Drugs lead to contact with demons, and the alien theme is also used on them by people on drugs opening things they should not open. Tell me, Paul. I can read that again if you'd like. Is that
no? I don't think I need you. Oh my! Well, you know what? Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
Okay. The alien abductions are demonic in nature and can be stopped by asking Jesus to stop it. There are multiple stories on this. Demons come in many disguises, as they are master deceivers. Drug lead to contact with demons, and the alien theme is also used by them on people with drugs on opening things they should not open.
Oh, I mean,
is that a 1-star review of the 2005 movie Constantine starring Keanu Reeves?
So I'm going to hedge a little. Like, the demons thing makes it plausible. The demons thing makes it plausible that it is Constantine, but I'm going to go with Paulogia.
You are correct. That is a comment on your video that anybody can currently go look right now.
All right. Very good. Very good.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see. Here's an easy one. Creative liberties in storytelling is one thing, it's expected, but downright deception, distortion, as compared to all holy scriptural texts, are quite another thing in movies. I feel like that's a giveaway.
Well, the last two words, they're the last word there. I would make it seem like that might be a Constantine review.
And here's another easy one for you. We'll finish it off on this.
All
Paul.
right.
You are an, in all caps, unconscionable liar, and it's futile conversing with a human who has no morals. Admit your lie or chat to yourself. That's it. That's the whole.
Yeah, that sounds like a message to me.
That's definitely a comment. Your all caps, unconscionable liar. I thought maybe the demon one would trip you up. You're pretty good. You only got one wrong.
Yeah, you definitely. I noted you picked the trickiest one was you were doing a double bluff. I forget how that one exactly went, but I was like,
I feel like if it was Shannon or somebody else, I would have gotten a few more. But you know me too well.
Yeah.
You know my psychology.
Psychology. All right. Well, thank you, Dave. That was a very innovative game that you gave us there today. And also go watch Constantine.
Also, everyone should go watch Constantine. One of my favorite portrayals of Lucifer in any film ever.
Yeah. Yeah. By the guy from Fargo whose name I can't think of.
Peter Stormare's.
Peter Stormare's.
I think's his name. And was also in Big Lebowski.
Yes, and Big Lebowski.
Yeah. And lots of other things. Yeah.
And he's been in many things, and always a delight.
Character actor.
And I wish my radar were better.
Do you think that it's more likely that we are a product of the God of the Bible we talked about earlier, or perhaps intervention by others?
Well, I think very strongly that is the probability. I think there's a leap, and I'm not up to this. I'm not up on this as much as I was at one time when my reading was a little more intense. But I think there's a gap. There's a leap in human intellectual attainment that is unexplained. And I do believe it is probable that we are a hybrid of some kind. The book, Sitchin's book of the 12th Planet.
Sitchin, yes.
Oh shit!
Zachariah Sitchin's 12th Planet.
Oh shit!
So I actually bought that book.
Okay.
It was in a used bookstore. It was like $1. So I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna buy Zachariah Sitchin's book, and I haven't read it yet. But yep.
I am disappointed in George Carlin that he is giving any light of day
to Zachariah Sitchin.
To Zachariah Sitchin's.
It is insane bullshit.
Yeah. No, I don't that doesn't make George a skeptic in my mind.
Why are you throwing up the still of?
Because I just remember that I wanted to earlier and I'd forgotten.
Well, there you go. Yeah, they brought up Sitchin. That's the thing that happened. Anunnaki out of left field.
This was Dave's cameo in the cartoon cameo. And
I don't know how I feel how unkempt my beard is in your cartoon.
Look at my hair.
Like that's a bit of a commentary. Yeah, whatever. Look at you with your massive pectorals.
No, but here's the thing. No, so messy hair is a part of the deal.
Is that the deal? Okay.
Everyone's hair has to be like so. Kent Hovind.
Shannon's hair isn't messy.
Well, maybe not Shannon's. Everyone else's. So Kent Hovind used to constantly criticize my art on this. Like, does no one in Paulogia's channel have a comb? He always used to like.
Well, I didn't know. I've heard him comment on the muscularity of your avatar, your cartoon avatar.
Yeah, but a comb is another one of his common criticisms of me. Is like no one has a comb. Why does no one have a comb? Yeah, it's just the way it goes.
And I mean, you're not. When I had my beard, that certainly happened some days where I'm just like,
sure, yeah. No, I know you're very careful on the quaffing. I get it, but
I'm, Paul. The other day, so I've looked around. I've been in a bit of a fugue, a bit of a funk since before Christmas. The other day, I was looking around my home, my place, and I'm like, man, it's a little dusty, a little dirty. I need to go. But I also realized, just in general, and I think this started in COVID, really, honestly, that as I used to be quite particular about my clothing, everything was always ironed. I was always neat. I
will confirm. Yeah. Yes, you are an ironing fanatic. Absolutely.
And that all stopped.
Oh,
and it was just like I would ever pick up shirts off the floor, and throw them on and go. And I think I really do. I think it started in COVID, in lockdown and going. And I got into, I don't know. And I was like, I was thinking about this the other month, and I was like, there was a time I was very particular about my appearance, and that was not the case anymore. And I kind of like, well, that's just a choice. Like, it's just a thing I could do. I could do it, get back into it, and I should probably, because you should probably care about something.
Yeah, generally.
But I honestly think that's kind of where it started. And it was the whole lockdown, working from home, and just like, whatever, fuck it, nothing matters. You're sitting around and,
I get it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, trying back that. Scotty Orange gifted 5 memberships, and he's saying gifted
Yeah.
memberships in memory of my dad. Well, thank you, Scotty Orange,
Oh,
and to Scotty Orange's dad. Cheers to your dad.
yeah. There's the Scotty's dad. Cheers.
Man,
also, so here's the thing, Paul. This last week, with my parents, who you know well.
Yes. Know well. Yeah.
Been going through. So they redid the will and like power of attorney and blah, 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 and getting that all figured out and going.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was fine. No issues, and go and me and my parents and my sister are all very much on the same page and thing. But it's just one of those things like, don't like thinking about it, don't want to do it, but it's like, well, this is a thing, probably, probably should do it, probably get it figured out.
Yep. Your dad is older than I am, and I've already acknowledged that if I die, it's not, no one's gonna like, oh my goodness, what happened? So yeah.
Well, here's the thing. So this all started. So I was at my parents' house at Christmas, as many of us tend to do.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom was like, hey, you should see our will. Like, you should know where our will is and stuff in case whatever. My parents are getting.
It is a good thing to know. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm like, sure. Yeah. And they're like, you're the executor in the will. And my dad's like, he's not the executor in the will. Mom's like, yeah, he is. And dad's like, and he's like, whatever. And go. So sure enough, when I finally got to the will and like looked and read it, it's like, hey, I'm not the executor in the will.
Mm-hmm.
The executor of the will is one of my uncles, who I dearly love, but is almost 90, and I will be shocked if he makes it through this year because he has incredibly poor health.
Okay.
I'm like, well, that's bad. And then the will says, hey, just give everything to the executor and he can just figure out what to do with it. Like, that's all the will says.
No, that's bad.
I'm like, this is horrible. Like, you guys need to get this sorted out because, like, you have significant assets
and grandchildren, and
this is not good. And and my dad, God bless his heart, is just like, it's fine, whatever. And it's like he doesn't want to deal with it. And it's like, I get it, right? But I'm like, you have this is not okay.
Yeah.
Like, the will literally says, and the will says, distribute assets to our children according to the attached table. And there's no attached table. There's nothing. There's just nothing. I'm just like, this is nothing. There's nothing here. You're just throwing this out there and like, well, government, figure it out. Whatever. I guess if there's any disagreement, you can all argue in court about this. And I'm like, what are you going to do when the executors passed away?
Yep.
And I guess we all this is bad. This is super bad. Like, you guys need to go see a lawyer. Like, you need to get an actual will
for sure.
We did, yeah. So they did that this week. So that's all taken care of now. But it was a whole thing. I've had numerous fights with my father over the last month. Like, kind of like, no, you need to do this. 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 Like, the thing is like, well, it is like, I don't care if you leave $0 to me. That's fine.
Right.
Everything to your whatever you want. I don't care if you give it all to the Christian and Missionary Alliance.
Yeah.
But you need to have something.
Yeah.
There has to be you have nothing right now and you need something. So now they have set up, I have my sister both go like power of attorney, like all these things where it's like, if something horrible happens, well, yes. So now there's
that's good.
Yeah, the steps. But oh my God, it was a fight to get that done.
Why did we get on this topic?
I think it was you. You brought it up.
I don't think that's correct.
How did we get this topic? Oh, because Scotty Orange, his father, passed away.
Oh, right. Okay.
It was in memory of his father. Well, you know what? I'm presuming that in memory of his father is that he didn't just go to buy smokes and never came back like your dad. But
so we have a question here. I think we would ask. So who the fuck is Sitchin? So if you don't know, that was one of our better, our most memorable streams, at least, where we had Josh and Megan on, right?
Yes. Well, I would like to do another Sitchin show.
We should.
Because the trouble is that we never really, Zachariah, never really had a chance to elucidate.
Okay, well
his
let's put that on the
position.
calendar. We'll do more Sitchins because there's plenty more, and I agree that his brilliant ideas deserve obviously George Carlin's buying in.
If we find a really good one where he like specifically references stuff, like I mean, you, not me, you have a wide circle of acquaintances who would be in a position to rebut some of his claims. You know, I'd be very open to having again another perhaps guest appearance, whether that's
Oh well, we could potentially do that, but
yeah.
I feel like the next guest one we have to do will be Shannon Q with more on that soul guy. But
I would Paul, I would love that. I
yeah,
would love that so much.
she's actually quite under the weather unfortunately today, which we haven't seen her in the chat.
Yeah.
Because otherwise that was on a potential for today was maybe to even do that. So, but so we got that. So Sitchin's, he has some weird ideas. You can look him up, but we actually have done. You can look up the Josh Magan from
Yeah.
Digital Hammurabi stream that we did.
It was fantastic.
And then that will give you all the intro you need. Oops. And then we have a super chat.
Yeah. From Melody Kate.
Melody Kate.
Long time fan of the show. Friend of the stream.
And Melody writes, "It is age we become free. P.S. Cruises are a great excuse to drink. Unlimited drink packages."
So, you know what, Paul?
Yes, Dave.
As I've aged,
Mm-hmm.
this isn't my original idea, but it's true. I've come to realize that you don't need to have fun to drink.
That is, I've seen that meme going around. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's how you know you really matured is when you no longer need fun to drink.
Have fun to drink.
Yeah,
But
that's very good.
I have. What are your thoughts on cruises?
That would be torture to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love being out in the ocean. I would hate like a Caribbean cruise or something where it's like every day you're at like whatever fucking destination and you're going to seeing the whatever thing in the Mediterranean, where it's like something like an Alaskan cruise or Hawaiian cruise where it's like, no, you're on this ship. Alaskan would be great. It was like there's whales, whatever. You never leave the ship. The ship doesn't ever go to port. That would be fine with me. Where it's like,
Okay.
yeah, I'm on the ocean. I get to drink a lot. There's a pool and, karaoke. But I don't have to go and do a 2-hour, like, super abbreviated tour of whatever Greek rune. Where it's like, no, I want to spend 2 days here at this rune.
Right.
But I have enjoyed, and I've been on like sailing cruises and things where it's like you're just on the ocean for a week, and there's like you're just on the ocean. You're on a boat. I love the sea. I love being out at sea. That's great. I would love that. Anything where it isn't constantly stopping destinations. Now, you and I have very different views of being in groups of strangers. Sitting at a dinner table with a group of strangers, to me, is wonderful. To you,
that's just hell torture. So no.
Yeah.
Not interested.
But I've never been on a cruise because I'm like, oh fuck, I'm not paying $5,000 for this. No,
right.
I can do way better things with that money.
Kip Davis. So what we paused it on, and Dave and I are, I think, deliberately trying not to get back to, is George Carlin.
Yeah.
Famous skeptic.
Yeah.
Renowned atheist. Just plugged Timothy or Zachariah Sitchin's book.
Yeah.
He just plugged it. He straight up went on this show and said, "Oh yeah, it's great. There's great ideas in here." And it was too much. I had to stop.
Then we moved on.
I guess we'll go back to it. We got a super chat here now. We don't have to go back to it for a second.
You don't have to go back to it.
Brain cramp.
Yeah.
I've never seen a movie about a ship at sea that doesn't have some kind of horrible thing happen. Okay. Like just a pleasant cruise movie.
Because that would be a really boring movie.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, you've probably never seen. Yeah, Hmm. I mean, you also don't see like road trips where everything goes great, and
Yeah.
like, I don't know. Movies tend to like, they like to have things go wrong. So, but you're not wrong. Like you do see movies where like they fly from one part of the country to another, and yeah,
Oh,
everything just goes well.
for Kip, yeah, I would love
Yeah,
to go on
I
a
found
European river cruise. I would love that. I think your folks went on one, Paul. Correct me if I'm wrong.
What are we talking about here now?
European river cruise,
Oh, that
like
might
down the
be
Black
so.
River or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah,
I would
maybe.
love that. Oh my god, that would be
And
amazing.
you talked about the Alaska ones. Like I actually would give more quarter to the ones where it's like places you can't really reach otherwise, other than a ship.
Yeah.
But the ones that are literally just hopping around, as you suggested, like hopping around places in Europe that I could go from land.
Well, it's like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel so. My anecdotal um people who've been on European riverboat cruises, like I feel like it's a little different, a little more. The people I've known who've been on like Caribbean or Mediterranean or whatever, where it's like, yeah, the cruise ship docks for like 3 hours, and you go see Venice, and you're like, yeah, we're here for 3 hours, and then we leave. It's like, what the fuck are you seeing in Venice for 3 hours? Nothing. You're
Right?
seeing
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
most
yeah.
touristy thing possible, right? Or Palermo or whatever, like whatever place, choose, you know, and say with the a Caribbean cruise where it's like, well, the cruise ship docks, at 10 o'clock and we're leaving at 3, and we're going on this tour of a plantation or a rum, whatever. It's like you're seeing nothing, you're learning nothing. I feel like the riverboat cruises have a little more like, oh no, we're stopping at Prague for like 2 days, and you get a bit of a better sense. It's like a little more laid back cruise down, the Volga or the Danube, whatever. Also, just yeah, that would be awesome. Cruising down one of the major rivers in Europe, I would
Yeah.
enjoy it. Fuck yeah, Kev. Let's do it.
So yeah,
You, me, and
so
Paul. We're gonna go. We're gonna film it. It's gonna be a documentary. Yep. Paul, Kip,
amazing.
and Dave. It's gonna be like Top Gear, just 3 very different personalities.
That would be
Yeah.
like Top Gear. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here you go, Dave. Here's your boat movie where nothing bad happens. We got Speed 2.
Yes. Don't. I mean, I saw that movie. That's you don't have to bring that up. Yeah.
Just because I'm avoiding going back to George Carlin ruining my image of him.
Yeah. Speed 2.
Wait, Tamara Morrison is that?
Who? What now?
Tamara Morrison. Tem's I used to know Tem, but anyway, all right, fair enough. I didn't realize he was in this movie. There was a movie called Carry On Netflix right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, someone was pitching it to me. Well, it's like Die Hard, but in an airport. And I was like, well, they made that movie. That was Die
It's Die
Hard
Hard
2.
2. Yeah. Yeah.
We already had Die Hard in an airport. Thanks. That happened. Yeah. All right, one more super chat, then we'll get back to George Carlin ruining my image of him by plugging. Hopefully, this is a joke setup we're.
It's not. I guarantee it's not. George Carlin, if you don't like, he was. Yeah, this very much is on track with what
Right.
his thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Melody Kate says Alaska is heaven. I hope not like the Bible heaven. We saw beauty I've never seen before.
I believe it. Yeah, it is. It is
So
gorgeous.
Alaska cruise, yeah, to that point, I never finished it off, but an Alaska cruise, I can imagine where like there's places that you can't really just go see practically in a car or whatever, right? So,
No,
yeah.
there's places you literally can't go to in a car.
Yeah.
What I would love to do someday is take an Alaska cruise up the coast, go to, well, probably Anchorage, and then take the train. There's a train that goes from Anchorage like down to Vancouver through the Rockies. And takes like 4 days. And to me, that would be amazing. Did I tell you, Paul?
Yep.
Earlier this year, I was looking at like, well, maybe I'll go visit Paul this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, via rail, Canadian, for people who don't know, that's the Canadian passenger rail. It's basically the Canadian version of Amtrak. It's government owned, but it's passenger rail. And I'm like, I could travel by rail to your city. And I'm like, I'll look into that. Like, because that would be, I know it would take longer than flying, but it could potentially be a fun trip. Well, you can't. The best I could do was book a trip from my city to Toronto and then get a separate ticket from Toronto to your city. They will not book a ticket from my city to your city, even though there are rail lines, although like it's possible.
Of course.
Because there's generally multi-day delays. So they're like, it's impossible to book a ticket across Canada.
That's too bad.
Guess what it would cost roughly to travel by rail from my city to your city?
Oh, so I have looked into some. So I bet it's close to $2,000.
Yeah. And guess what it would take in time?
Oh, like
that's one way, by the way. Yeah.
Like 7 days.
Oh my God. Like 16.
Oh, shoot.
It's just like you're not even trying.
No.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
All right.
To go from Toronto to your city is like, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
But it's just a joke. And part of the problem is like, yeah, there will almost certainly be at least 2 days of delay in like any kind of thing. So you need to incorporate that in your plans and just sort of book accordingly. But maybe there won't. So you might just be like in Toronto for 2 days.
Wait.
It's horrible. Like rail travel in Canada is absolutely abysmally horrible.
The one time I did a rail trip,
yeah,
we actually zipped down to the States to do Amtrak instead. We went across the country, but we did it in the States side of the border. Like it was very close, parallel to the border the whole way, but did it on the States side.
There's no reason it has to be that way. It just is. But I'm like, it's like I would pay money to be, have a sleeper car. It'd be cool.
Yeah.
Do it. It'd be part of the vacation. No, they just straight up are like, we are actively trying to discourage you from doing this.
I feel like that is the case. Yeah.
Egregiously expensive and impractical. Yeah.
All right. I'm ready. I'm going back to George Carlin.
There we go. Very stimulating and potentially believable.
Well, he postulates we were all a bunch of gold diggers.
Yes, that's right.
And that planet will come back, and you have to wonder what those who created with us would. I mean, look at California, for example. Now, this may be a little lighthearted, but when I was young, it was the coolest thing to go to California, and I did. I got up and I left and I went to California, and it was great. Today, when I go to California, I am appalled. I am absolutely appalled. I mean, what has happened to that golden state, that once great place to go to? It is regulated to death, taxed to death. It's a disaster. It's a social disaster. I mean, you can go and spend a little time in a lot of cities in California, and you can count the muzzle flashes,
Yes, and it's just ugly. It's ugly to the eye, from the air, from the ground. There are too many humans to begin with everywhere. There are certainly too many of them packed into the population centers of California. I live in Southern California. The one thing I can say that I have good about my existence there is I live in Venice, down on those little canals, and I hear the ducks every night or in the middle of the morning, and at least I'm close to the ocean, and I'm a little bit away from the sound of traffic. And it's like a small oasis, but I agree with you, and I think it's true of most everywhere. Too many people, too much acquisition of goods, too many people hunting money and position and possession. Everyone wants a salad shooter. Everyone wants a pair of sneakers with lights in them. Everyone wants a shirt with the number of some foolish basketball player on the back of it. And we've been bought off. We've been bought off with all these gadgets and toys. But two things I think that happened to this species that are irreversible and that destroyed us are the belief in a man in the sky, that's the sky god, as Gore Vidal calls him.
Yeah.
The belief in the sky god who keeps a scorecard on us and has a burning pit of hell for some of us. And the other is the pursuit of goods, commerce, rampant consumerism. The next HBO show I do is called The Great American Cattle Drive. But the American cattle are not being prepared for market in order to be sold. They're there for buying. They're there to do the buying. Get them to the mall. Get these suckers to the mall. Put them on the internet. Get them buying from e-commerce. Get them in the mall. It's just repulsive and disgusting. And it's one of the reasons I quit this species. It's one of the reasons I backed off and said, wait a minute. That's you over there, folks. This is me over here. I'll go my way. And if it costs me,
I mean, I don't disagree entirely. I'm kind of like, yeah, religion and capitalism are kind of like big problems in in general. I don't at least have easy answers for what to replace them with. But what's my dog doing?
Yeah, I'm watching your dog. Well, I don't know. The pillow's bad there.
Yep, this is
Over here. This is where it needs to be.
This is fine.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is fine. Let me let me
yeah,
take here a little bit.
blanket is a problem.
Yeah. There's a lot of problems here in this. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Under the blanket.
She's trying to solve capitalism.
Something's going. Okay. No.
something, fine. I'll pay whatever price it is.
Well, you're rich. I mean, you could quit now and never work another day in your life, right?
Well, there's a caveat there.
Oh, really?
Are you still doing play-by-play
I'm doing commentary on what Bell. Oh, there. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna.
Oh, now that's her noise that she's giving up.
You know what? We're fine. Yeah.
She nests.
Well, I spent 20 years with the IRS trying to recover from a bad old tax bill that I had that got worse and worse with penalties and interest, and a little bit worse at the beginning.
Wait, is George Carlin Willie Nelson? There are similarities.
Yeah. I always love that. Man, it's just some weird tax bills, like, because you didn't pay your fucking taxes? Is that what it was?
Is that what it was?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The old, oh boy, I don't know what happened. Oh yeah. Yeah. Gosh. Yeah.
It's like my taxes broke down and I just couldn't, I had to get it repaired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of this cycle with adding,
like
they disallowed a few other.
For an earthquake, it's just,
You never know when some kind of tax disaster.
You just never know. There's no way to know what's going to happen.
There's someone should sell some tax insurance. So you can famously, as the famous line goes.
Yeah.
It's tough to know. It's one of the great uncertainties in life, Dave, is death and taxes.
It's death and taxes. Nobody knows. Maybe you'll have to pay taxes. Maybe you'll die. You don't know. There's no way to know.
Yeah. How can you know?
You can't know. That's
you're rolling the dice, as they say.
Know. Yeah.
Things that I had tried to claim, which weren't horrendously, they weren't really out of line. They were invested.
Millions and millions, huh?
But they were sufficient that with penalties and interest, I had a lien on my house for 20 years until I sold it about 6 months ago, and paid them off, and that's finally over.
Okay.
So
okay. Like, I feel like George Carlin's income was significant. Certainly above, for him to have a lien on his house for 20 years, like, whatever. He had HBO specials.
Yeah,
he was headlining at Bally's, Vegas things. I don't know. I feel like he could have probably paid off whatever that tax debt was.
Right. I feel like you'd have to actively be avoiding that.
Yeah.
To the extent where His
Yeah.
streams of income again would be like are very incredibly public, as you say, like HBO shows and stuff. It's not like the IRS could. He's not like slipping him. Hey, I'm going to be up here at the comedy club. Slip me this money under the table.
I don't know what the fuck's going on in chat. Like all of a sudden, Kip Davis. Is Michael Smith in chat? What's happening here now? You remember Michael Smith, Paul? The great, good
I don't.
Michael W. Smith?
Oh yeah. Oh wait, like Lovey Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Can't say you're my favorite. Yourself was sometimes okay. Yeah, it's about right. Yeah. Remember Carmen?
Oh yes.
Famous.
Yes. They had the great boxing.
If there was some kind of high school,
there was like the
doing
the 20-minute song where it was Jesus for Satan in a boxing match of some sort.
The fighter one, the champion.
Yep.
There was another. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Just.
He was at my Bible college actually. He came to came and performed.
Even when I was a Christian, it's like, boy, this is.
Yeah, he was the Frank Peretti of music. I want to say.
I liked Frank Peretti's books. You know,
People liked Carmen. I'm not
People
saying
like
anything
Carmen,
bad.
I
I'm just saying they were at the same level of entertainment.
Piercing the darkness, this present darkness. You know, I was a big fan. I would be curious now if I read it now, what I would.
I'm sure you'd hate it, but yeah.
I don't honestly know. Like, I can't remember well enough. Like, maybe he was a good enough writer that it would not irk me terribly. But I feel like, because I read a lot of mediocre fantasy and different shit, so it's like the premise on its face isn't enough to annoy me, to make me automatically angry.
I would be happy to read. I would happy to read fiction in that genre for sure. Like it's not.
Yes.
I'm not going to reject the genre.
No, that is incorrect, Kip Davis. I won't out Paul, but no, that is not correct. He did not go to Briarcrest.
No.
Nor did I.
Actually, I'm happy to say it because it doesn't. The school doesn't. Well, the school moved to a different province.
Yes.
No, so I was at Canadian Bible College.
I have personally been to Briarcrest many times.
Yeah. Briarcrest was where some of our guys. There weren't enough potential wives at my college. They had to drive down to Briarcrest.
Yeah.
An hour and a half to Moose Jaw.
The Bible school I went to, Kip, was actually much, much closer to where you live right now. Yeah. For what that's worth. I can't remember if Kip and I talked about my Bible school experiences. Anyways.
All right.
Paul,
we're getting it's just
Are we getting long in the tooth?
You tell me. It's I think 5 a.m. where you live.
Yeah, indeed.
France, in Belgium, where you're
That's right.
living. Yeah.
You know what? I didn't realize we're coming to the top of the hour here again. We're coming near the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
Are we done? Do we want to hear a few more minutes?
I mean, I've still got a little beer to drink.
Okay. Well,
I'm asking now, do we want to? I always enjoy George Carlin. He's going. Do we want to skip to some callers?
Oh, sure. Let's see what the callers do.
Are we going to come?
I think
back
that's
to
a great idea. I feel like that's a great idea. I don't know how far I'm gonna have to skip, but we'll give it a go.
Wow, that is a fun fact, Kip. You see that? Frank Peretti did house renovations.
Okay.
I mean,
wow.
Famous. Huh. Well, there you go.
Okay.
Nope, not Columbia.
This is George Carlin with the news. And it's
I guess that sounds like a caller to me, so
yeah.
Back it off.
I'm talking about your guests who talk about whether or not the government and certain agencies and certain aspects of government have covered things up. And I have thought for a long time, not always obviously, but that You know, they tried to make it so that the belief in a conspiracy makes you somehow outside the norm, that you're a kook, that you're a conspiracy buff. They say he's a conspiracy buff.
George, they lie their asses off.
I know it. And I wrote a little something out, and I want to read it to you because I pulled this paper up from the other room. I have some notes I haven't filed yet. And I said, well, if this comes up, I'd like to be able to say this to Art. So let me just read this to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it goes like this. Do I believe in conspiracies? Nah. Do I believe powerful people would get together and plan for certain outcomes? Nah. Do I believe powerful interests would operate outside the law and maybe even kill people? Nah. Do I believe secret government agencies might feel the need to assassinate a person and cover it up? Nah. I think everything in America is open and clean and above board, and powerful people always play by the rules. You know, that's my thought.
Yeah, well, you should have been on my government agent line.
Oh.
I had a government agent line open earlier.
Really? Yeah. You know, my biggest sadness is that I do go to sleep. Not my biggest sadness. Listen to this hyperbole. God, I gotta slap myself. One of my disappointments is that I don't get to hear you every.
Yeah.
Going, I feel the need now to step into chat and defend. So Michael Smith, famous writer of Our God is an Awesome God and Open the Eyes of My Heart.
He has my favorite Christmas album of all time, and it still is my favorite Christmas album.
Posited, Paul, IDK, which is how the young people say I don't know. I don't know shit about Christian music except for that it sucks, and one of them had the same name as me. I'm going to go out and say that's not correct. There's some really good Christian music. There's still music I go back and listen to, and I'm like, nah, this bangs. This is fantastic. Some of like Jars of Clay,
Okay.
DC Talk, some of their stuff, some of the old hymns. Old hymns, there's a lot of old hymns I love. I musically love. They're just like, this is great. This is a good song.
Okay, so I was immediately going
All
to
the good Christmas music is Christian.
I was
you know?
immediately going to CCM, like contemporary, like what
Oh,
under the umbrella
no.
of like the CCM stuff, and that's all garbage.
No, it's the old Fire and Brimstone stuff. That's all the good music.
No, like hymns. I miss hymns, and I sometimes put
Yeah.
hymns on, like absolutely for sure. And Christmas music. If your song is referencing Santa instead of Jesus, fuck it. I don't like your song.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. So I'm with you. Jars of Clay, DC, Jars of Clay. You mentioned that
Like there are good Christian tracks just musically. Some of like Whiteheart
Sure.
stuff, some of Petra's stuff. You know, like it's Newsboys. Newsboys has some really good songs. You know, like there's yeah. I have a playlist of like old school Christian music that I will listen to. And it's like, nah, this is still good. Yeah.
Michael J. Smith, Michael Smith's namesake here. I still contend he has the greatest Christmas album of all time, except for there's one song where he decides to sing on it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, this is the worst one of the album because like the rest are all like he scored like full orchestras in some amazing songs, except the one he decided, fuck you, you probably for pop purposes, they said, well, Michael, you got to sing on one of these. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
anyway,
it's but
Love
to
it.
just say Christian music sucks. Well, no, that's
everything 1800 and sooner. Well, there's a lot of good stuff in there.
And from the 80s and 90s, there's some good stuff in there too.
Night all the way through.
Daniel Amos. Oh my gosh.
Remember DeGarmo and Key?
I sure do.
Not so good. Not so good. Yeah.
DC. I'm sure I've told you 100 times. But yeah, we saw DC Talk came to my Bible college before they were in anything at all, and we like just everyone was just thought you guys are the worst thing we've ever heard.
Oh, early DC Talk is terrible.
Yeah, it was just
so bad. When they were like trying to do rap before.
Yeah, they were trying to rap.
It was so bad.
And this was before Eminem. Like it was just like you guys are a bunch of white farm kids. Like
like mid 80s white farm kids. Like just terrible.
This ain't working.
Like close your eyes and picture a bunch of white people in your school rapping about how smoking is bad.
Yeah.
And that is what DC Talk was at the
Started
start.
off as it was not
Yeah.
good.
And that I don't get to hear you every night. I do go to sleep a little bit early. Down here in Las Vegas, I do go to sleep late, but I'm usually writing at night and working on my computer.
Okay, then listen to me. Tomorrow night, have you ever heard of Ed Dames? He's a remote viewer. You know, we spent $20 million on a remote viewing program in the government. He was part of
him
that.
on before, haven't you?
That's right. They call him Dr. Doom.
Okay.
And that's for good reason. All right, here we go again. And George, I know you do have something coming out, something new, something people can get soon. What is it?
Yeah.
Did I back it up too far?
Now there's a bunch of Christian music chat going on. If I recall correctly, and Paul and anyone in chat, Kip, feel free to correct me. I believe DC Talk was short for Decent Christian Talk.
Yes, it was. Yes.
It was it was two white guys and a black guy, and they started as a rap group, just like the worst, like picture Vanilla Ice if Vanilla Ice was 30% as good as he was.
Yes.
And then they evolved into kind of like hip hop music, and some of their stuff was not bad, like their later albums. Like What If I Stumble is actually a good song. Music.
No,
right?
so I would agree that later on, for sure, that they came in to figure out.
And part of that was like they got big enough that record companies were like throwing money and producers at them. So you had actual people involved that were like, no. Okay, what you're doing is bad. So I'm going to write you a song, and I'm going to make a good song. And yeah, they had some good stuff. But yeah, I had their first album on cassette. It was fucking terrible. It was just brutal. At the time, when I was a 7-year-old white church boy, I thought it was amazing, but it's not. It's just not. Yeah.
Love David Meese as well. Do you remember Steve Taylor, or were you too young?
No, I remember Steve Taylor. Yeah.
Steve Taylor to me was like the Weird Al of Christian music.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know if he would embrace that mantle, but it was weird. Like he wasn't doing parodies, but it wasn't.
Yeah,
it was weird stuff.
Yeah,
experimental.
Was a great album. Like that's the Clay. Good. There is good Christian music. I'll throw it out there.
All right.
Even in the 90s,
the signal to noise ratio is low. You'll agree.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody in chat remember One Bad Pig? Do you know One Bad Pig, Paul?
Yes.
Yeah. Ice Cream Sunday. I should find someone and show it to Vishanti. I feel like
I knew it because of my quizzers, not because I was personally.
Not because you were personally into it. Your quizzers. Yeah.
And by the way, this makes a wonderful first communion.
What's rule number 1?
Well, in quizzing, rule number 1 is if you think that I would say no, don't do it.
No. Rule number 1 was don't hit each other.
Oh.
We never got to rule number 2.
Because no. I had to when you guys started setting chicken on fire while standing on a table.
I remember that. Yeah.
Then the rule became the rule number 1 became if you think Paul would say no, don't do it.
I distinctly remember setting chicken on fire.
Yeah.
I didn't even know where we were.
I think we were. In fact, I think that was at Lawson.
That was at. I feel like it was North Battleford. It was North Battleford or PA.
Maybe.
I thought it was North Battleford, and it was.
Yeah, you're right. Because Lawson would have been a whole different deal. Because you're. Yeah, there would have been other adults around.
Meal in Lawson.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, there's nobody on earth knows what we're talking about.
Nope.
This is just.
Yes. Now this is the box set. The albums I talked about earlier from the 1970s.
Oh my God!
We took all 6 of them and put them in a.
Is that a real thing? Okay, One Bad Pig did not suck ass, Kip. they were amazing, and you just didn't appreciate them. Paul,
Yep.
do you remember?
I sure do. I could sing it. Blew Up the Clinic Real Good. I absolutely remember that song.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all.
Yep.
Wow.
Definitely
Okay.
remember. Definitely was in my, and it was definitely controversial,
Yeah,
as you can
I feel
imagine.
like that would be.
I blew up the clinic real good, huh?
Yep, Man in Black. They did a cover of the Man in Black song with Country Hash that had actual Johnny Cash on it.
So
Amazing.
blew up the clinic real good. Just to clarify, he was, my interpretation of the song was it was absolutely a condemnation of the way Christians.
Right. That it's like sorry, it's like the Modest Proposal, Jonathan Swift.
Yes,
right?
it was a modest.
About,
It was absolutely a modest proposal. It was a
Yeah.
song that was people were celebrating how much they loved Jesus by doing
by blowing
terrible
killing
things.
people, doing things right, and he's
Yeah, but if you took it as a literal song,
right. Like a lot of satire, if you just take it as literal truth,
yeah,
this person's horrible, but it's like,
yeah,
no, you don't get it. They're mocking you.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
I always took the song as very much this is like a demonstration of like Jesus wouldn't want us to do this, guys. Like, yeah, but yeah.
CD box set.
Oh my God.
And not many comedians have a box set, I'm happy to say. This is all 6 albums from the 70s, plus a bonus album. You gotta have a bonus, Art.
Sure.
Gotta have a free extra added complimentary bonus gift album for no cost to you. This is 70 minutes of things no one has ever heard of mine. So it's like a new album within the box set.
Oh my.
All stuff from that era that didn't make
I wish
the
I remember,
albums then,
Paul,
because
so
at
when I was a child, we at some point got a record player and a bunch of LPs.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, and I don't know who they came from or went. I was too young to remember, probably like 6 or 7. But one of the albums, the only non-musical album, was a George Carlin, like comedy stand-up album, or like different bits. So remember, he had the Hippy Dippy Weatherman, he like different sort of famous George Carlin bits. I do not remember which album of his it was. I was too young. But I listened to it over and over and over and over and over again. Loved it. Big fan.
Okay.
Not really germane to our conversation, but that was the first, like, sort of my experience with stand-up was this George Carlin album of him. And I don't know if my parents just didn't really realize what I was like, because it was George Carlin, right? So like it definitely wasn't all PG.
Right. No, for sure. I in fact George Carlin, like I'm sadly like he was to me he was too counter religion edgy. I didn't actually he was pivotal in I think my deconstruction because I discovered him and like was able to listen to him, but he was definitely on the edge of what I was even allowing myself to listen to when I was a theist. So the fact that you had a record just randomly, meltdown at Madame Tussauds, the Queen is losing face. It was but
yeah, I never liked Steve Taylor because not my
Drew, I Want to Be a Clone was not Steve Taylor. I don't think.
Who thinks I Want to Be a Clone?
I Want to Be a.
I don't know this song. There's so much that's just.
Oh wait,
like,
I Want to Be a Clone. No, I'm sorry. Yes, maybe it was. I Want to Be a Clone, huh?
I do remember POD and Lifehouse. Yes.
Anyway, yes, yeah. Lifehouse. They sold out, and they got one of their songs in a movie, and then all of a sudden they were like,
One Bad Pig was awful, but they were beautifully awful. They just, like the Dropkick Murphys or whatever. It's just they sucked and they embraced it, and they were what they were. I'll stand by it. Stand by One Bad Pig.
I'm 14. Just turned 14.
So this is material from when you were 14?
It's before that. It's when I was 12. Because
I
before
backed
I had
it up
my
too
tape
far.
recorder, I had to go to those little booths. Remember those little booths?
Yeah.
You might be interested in it. There are 6 of those little.
Not plugging this
distributed by Atlantic Records, and this isolate some of these genes, and some of it's oversimplified, I know. But I think they're finding, and I've always said that it's mostly genetic.
I want to hear what
That
people
the
angry
brain. I read
callers
a
say.
book called Cyber. But you know what? It'd be worth an experiment.
Well, if
evolution is not.
Oh, here we go.
So I mean your name, sir.
Oh, Zan.
Zan.
Short for Alexander.
Okay, Zan. Nice to talk to you.
Sometimes I say it's an old Martian name, but
it doesn't sound bad to me.
Yeah. Well, the question is, have you read? I know you're talking about we being a product of some accident. Have you read books by like Darwin's Black Box
Michael
by
Behe?
a biologist who believes that idea of random evolution is not scientifically viable?
You mean the combination of punctuated equilibrium and natural selection is not viable? The whole Darwinian combination?
Yeah, well, yeah, the idea of the process of it being accidental.
Oh.
You know.
Well, no, sir. Obviously, I haven't read it, and I admit to being.
Michael Behe wrote a book called Darwin's Black Box, and it was the pre-intelligent design as a movement, and it was basically criticizing. He was ostensibly a scientist of some sort, and he was involved in the trials that got intelligent design banned. He did so poorly on the stand. Anyway, Michael Behe, his criticism was that there's too much stuff where it's just magic, right? Like a black box, meaning like, oh, we just assume that this, we don't have answers.
Blah blah blah. Something had to happen. Yeah,
blah blah blah. Something happened. Basically, it was God of the Gaps, the book, right? It was so. Yeah. Anyway, that's what he's talking about. The caller's talking about.
Poorly read. I'm usually wasting my time writing rather than reading, but I will have a tape of this show, and I will have a reference. I can write it down at another time and look for it. I do enjoy that sort of reading.
Well, he just wanted to sort of infect you with the possibility that it's not all random, that there really is the God that you talk about that isn't there.
But is he judgmental?
Well, we didn't get that far with him. Okay. I would say there'd be a strong possibility of it, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's implied. So Zan is gone already.
Wait, does that mean Michael Behe was on Art Bell?
I mean, maybe.
Oh, I need to go find that. If that happened, that's amazing.
We can see if we can dig it up.
Yeah, I can look into that.
Wildcard Line, you're on the air with George Carlin and Art Bell. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning to both of you guys.
Hi, where are you, sir?
I am in Michigan, and my name is Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Bio break time.
Okay.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I figured I'd call in and ask you what you thought about all basically the horrors in U.S. history, blue laws, everything that restricts personal liberty, the government killing people, basically the bad side of U.S. history that's never really exposed to a great deal to the mass public.
Well, I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, and my own knowledge of it goes so far as maybe to have read some Howard Zinn and to have read some of that part of history. I've often said when they talk about, there are people who say that we've had a loss of civility in this country, that there's been this breakdown in manners and civility. And I say, well, what civility would that be? Would that be the genocide of the Indians? Would that be slavery? Would that be the Hiroshima or the Nagasaki civility? Which civility do we mean? I think this country has a lot to answer for. A lot to answer for.
Tuskegee.
Pardon me?
Tuskegee.
Yes. Well, you can go on and on.
Hazel O'Leary, our own energy secretary, walking out incredibly just a couple of years ago and saying we fed plutonium to kids and pregnant women and stuff like that.
Oh, and these stories are legion. I mean, the list is getting longer and longer. And if you just think about the labor violence.
It's a nice reference there, our Legion. That's the that's a Bible reference from George Carlin there.
In the 1930s. in the name of commerce, in the name of big business. It is a terrible, blotted record. And I have always said, when people revere the flag, I've always said, you have to look at that flag for everything it stands for, not just what you perceive to be heroic and perhaps good things, but everything it's ever stood for. And the record is more than just mixed.
Well, yeah, it is. And, I remember when I was young, and I'm not that much younger than you are, I remember when the Federal Bureau of Investigation would come out, they'd come on television, it'd be like, we've caught so-and-so. It was like the word of gold. I mean, the FBI came on, man, you believed every word they said. Today, if the FBI says something, you almost automatically disbelieve it.
Absolutely. I think it is a good thing. There are people who decry this, that this loss of trust in our leaders, in our government. Well, the record is there, and I think it's a good thing. And if it's going to require some bloodshed someday to get it right, because I honestly believe, you know what I like about assassination art? It shoots the hell out of those popularity polls. Those polls, he's up to 70%.
You know what I like about assassination? Oh, I muted you. I'm sorry, Dave.
Damn it, Paul. I've got things to say. I've got a viewpoint and it's valid, and I'm going to share it.
Is it about how great America is?
Yes.
The point of this call, I don't know.
I heard everything. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's one of those, and it's always the people who want to make America great again as a whole thing. It is literally like, well, which year was that?
Yeah, when
America
51 to 55. Yeah.
But even then, was it like women couldn't have a bank account?
Exactly. Yes.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Yeah, people you couldn't share. Couldn't be.
Yeah.
Just going to school with anybody. You had to.
Yeah.
Now.
I don't want to say all of the ethnics have diluted our great country. But I do want to say that. I'm saying that. That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to say that only because I wish it hadn't happened. Yeah.
All of a sudden.
All right. Should we
I don't know. Yeah.
I'm fading. We should have maybe jumped to the calls sooner, but
we can
But let us know in the chat if you hung out this long. Thank you. So first of all, you hung out with us this long. Amazing.
Amazing. There's a lot of Christian music.
I am curious as to, so there are other celebrities that have been on the show, like Leonard Nimoy.
How much time is left in this audio file, Paul?
7 minutes.
Oh, okay. I was like, we could almost, if it was like a half hour, I'm like, we could probably just listen to calls of George Carlin.
Well, we jumped ahead. We jumped ahead a lot of time.
Right.
Like we jumped ahead almost 40 minutes. But no, the number of calls are very brief, but
I would like to listen to the Dan Aykroyd.
Oh, there was Dan Aykroyd. That's right. Yeah. Because
they
would definitely have a go separate. So anyway, let us know if this was interesting to you, because there were celebrities from the time who we've kind of avoided before because they weren't weird enough. But anyway, Dave, you have a joke to close us out this time?
Oh fuck, that's the thing we do, right?
Sometimes we don't have to.
Okay. Paul. There's a elderly couple walking out of a restaurant one night after having a delightful dinner and celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary.
Wow, amazing.
Quite an achievement, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as they're walking on the sidewalk, leaving this restaurant, the man says to the woman, "Do you remember the night I proposed to you in this very restaurant?" And she says, well, of course, that's why we have our anniversary dinner over here. It was one of the best nights of my life. I remember it fondly. And he says, do you remember what we did after dinner? And she smiles and she says, I remember we went out in the alley behind the restaurant and made love in the alley right there. And he kind of smiles and he says, you want to try one more time for old time's sake? She's like, we what are you talking? We can't do that. And he's like, come on. Why not? She says, you know what? Why not? Let's do it. So they start making their way into the alley. Well, just so happens, Paul, there's a beat cop who was on the corner. He overheard this conversation. And he's a little worried, Paul, because this neighborhood, it's not so good anymore. Maybe 50 years ago was a different story. These days it's a little bit rough. And he's worried something unfortunate is going to happen to this elderly couple. So this is what he decides to do. He's going to follow them at a distance, hide, watch them, but make sure nothing bad happens to them.
Watch out for them. Watch out for them. Well, all right.
Right. But his plan is that after they're done, he's going to sneak away before they ever notice him. Okay. And that way, he'll make sure they're safe, but they don't have to be embarrassed. And he's like, that's the best thing for everything. So he follows them in, and it's probably a good thing he does. He notices this elderly gentleman, he literally has to lean on his wife. He can't even walk fully straight. I mean, these people are pushing 80 years old. This is a 50th wedding anniversary. And they have a little trouble walking down the alley, but they walk, they get behind this restaurant. And when they're there, well, sure enough, the woman pulls up her long skirt, drops her knickers. The old guy, he drops his trousers, gives her a kiss. She leans back against the fence in the alley, and they start going. And this police officer watching, he's flabbergasted, Paul, because this old guy, he's going at it. This woman, she's going, her head's whipping around. They're crying out, both of them, for 30 minutes. 30 minutes this is going on. Some of the most athletic, involved, just over the top love. He's like, holy crap. He's like, I'm 29. I can't do what these guys are doing. Like, this is insane. Well, after a half hour, finally they stop. They fall down to the ground. Takes them like 15 minutes to catch their breath. They finally get up. They kind of get their clothing. They get themselves back together, and they're making their way out the alley. And even though initially this cop thought he was like, well, I'm just going to like sneak out. He's like, I got to know, like, this was exceptional. I have to talk to them. So as they're coming out, he steps out from the corner and he says, excuse me, and he's in his full uniform. He says, excuse me, I saw what just happened. And I have to admit, I'm a little confused, a little dumbstruck. How do you manage to achieve what you just achieved at your age? What's the secret? I want to know, like, what have you figured out that I don't know? How do you do what you did? What can I do to bring that into my life? And the old guy, he looks at his wife and looks at this young guy and he says, well, the thing you got to understand is everything changes. Nothing stays the same. And the cop says, okay, sure. He says, for example, 50 years ago, that wasn't an electric fence.
Very good. Very good. I wasn't sure where this was going to go. Yeah, very good.
There you go.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
We have one more super chat that has come in. Where's my little,
my goodness. The Lone Drow. Poor Dritz Jordan.
Lone Drow, do you have room for 1 or 2 more people up there in Canada, preferably on or before January 20?
Absolutely.
Excuse me. It is like, 4:30 in the morning or whatever. Yeah. So yes, no, we don't. We don't. Also, I would wait until we have our election.
It's gonna be fine.
That's good.
It's gonna be fine.
It may not be the utopia you're looking for.
Come to Central Canada where it's minus 30 this weekend, and I can get you work.
Yeah.
I know
Sometimes
people. Yeah.
Sometimes we
might not
care a little
like
less about who's governing us and whether we're going to die in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, outside.
Fun
All
fact,
right.
there's no termites here because they cannot survive in our climate. Or cockroaches. Cockroaches can't live here. Yep. You like that? It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
But
This is
Lone
fine.
Draw, if you work in the medical field, in the medical industry at all, like a doctor or a nurse or whatever, you'd
Oh my
get your ass
God,
up
yeah.
here. Yep.
We'll take you. We'll take 10
We'll
of you.
take you. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, that was fun. And
Was
what? Who?
That was fun.
It
We had a
was
good
fun.
time.
Good to see
Mostly
everyone.
due to my amazing game. Groundbreaking.
Mostly due
No,
to
that
the
was
fun
good.
people in the chat. Thank
It
you,
was
everyone.
mostly the fun people in the chat.
Yep. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we will see you next time. Later.
And that's the end of our show.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
You marked it with jazz hands. That's good. Then that's where I cut it off.
That's where you cut it off?
Yeah. And we're officially done.
All right.